and mostly by 4:45 you will be
Online
free.
training.
Yeah.
In just Mysore నుంచి live.
Some of you have trains at 3:30 also, 3:30 also, 1 or 2 people, they can leave. All right, no problem. Before that, we will give the certificates. No issue for 1 or 2, but for validity, some people should be there. We'll invite our principal. Okay, we know you are busy schedule, but even then, okay, it's agreeable. All right. So then we'll go ahead with yesterday's report presentation. We will ask again the Telangana group who have voluntarily offered this service. You can be there.
Yeah, a very good morning to all. I'm Dr. Bharani Kumar, Faculty in Psychology at SCRT Telangana, Hyderabad. Today I'm privileged to give the second day report about our promoting mental well-being in schools, a whole school approach training for the southern regional state. The day two report of the training program. The second day of the training program commenced with a recap of day one, proceeding presented by Srimati Manjaru and Srimati Kavita Garu. They provided a brief overview of the session conducted on the first day. The session one of the day was conducted by Dr. Aarti Bahil, psychiatrist, Apollo Hospital, Mysore, under the theme 4 on the topic mental well-being related concern among students and the teacher's supportive role. Dr. Aarti elaborated on the differences between child psychiatry and adult psychiatry. She discussed various types of child disorders, shared case with dignities, and described fundamental behavioral interventions and life lessons. Key topics covered include depression, anxiety, ADHD, developmental disorders, and the measurement of IQ and understanding of EQ. She also emphasized the activities aimed at promoting students' mental well-being in schools and highlighted specific learning disabilities. The session was highly interactive, with both online and offline participants actively engaged and raising queries. Dr. Aarti addressed all the questions with clarity and provided insightful explanations. After we had a small tea break. After the tea break, we had session 2. The second session was led by Mr. Chetan Jaiswal. He is an educationist and founder CEO of mypigu.com, Bengaluru. Under the theme 4 on the topic developing socio-emotional learning SEL skills among students for strengthening individual well-being. Mr. Chetan introduced the concept of alpha generation, referring to present-day children who are highly knowledgeable. He elaborated on the 5 dimensions of socio-emotional learning that includes relationship skills, awareness, self-management, self-awareness, and responsible decision-making. He discussed the importance of early emotional regulations, body charts, future readiness, and emotional resilience. He introduced the IVR approach, identify, voluntary, and refer, and explained the CARE framework. CARE, C for commit, A for attract, R for retain, and E for. Additionally, he emphasized the research point SEL aims to develop happy and well-being human beings. The session was highly constructive and interactive, encouraging participation from online and offline from all the attendants. After we had lunch, after the lunch session, my colleague, dear sir, will come and explain. Sir, please.
Thank you, sir, for handing over the post-lunch session documentation. This is Arvind from Nizamabad, Diet, Telangana State. I want to sing a sloka, Bhartuhari, written by Bhartuhari, and I will continue a small sloka. Shodram Shutainaiva Nakundalena Danena Panir Natu Kankanena Vibhati Kayaha Karuna Paranam Paropakarena Nachendanena. Ears are not meant for earrings, but for hearing. Hands are not meant for bracelets, but for doing help to others. And ultimately, this body is not meant for makeup, for the service of others. The post-lunch session was taken by Professor I.P. Gaurama Madam Garu regarding promoting well-being through school curriculum. She initiated her class taking the schoolboy poem sung previously. She quoted many literary contexts of different linguistic pieces of poetry and prose across multilingual sketches of interpretations. She related those literature to the dire necessities of adding curriculum content for the promoting well-being. Her class is friendly and very interactive. She presented independent variables, namely biological variables pertaining to general health conditions, social variables regarding grading, and psychological variables, especially about peer pressure. Addressing the questions posed by the participants, she confirmed the role of the teachers as co-investigators. Then the smallest tea break. After session of taken by Dr. Nagpal Chandra, consultative curriculum, he illustrated the relationship among education, health, and economy. He addressed various issues regarding peer education while putting focus on disorders such as bipolar, autism spectrum, eating disorders, substance use conditions disorders, ADHD, aggression, bullying, etc. He quoted newspaper and explained up-to-date content to peer education. With his discussion and interaction, he made all the participants involved and expressed contributing their share to the topic. The session was concluded by vote of thanks. The day's sessions were fruitfully ended and everyone enjoyed all the sessions. Thank you one and all.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Anil sir, for giving this opportunity.
Yes, thank you very much. And now we will start the online session. We have our own faculty from NCERT, Sushant Kumar Mahapatra, who is also a new addition to the NCERT family. He will be discussing about the session number 1, item number 5, which is related to the community and the other social groups. In order to introduce her, I am calling Anusha to make a brief introduction about it. Sir, are you online?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. It's my absolute honor to introduce our esteemed speaker today, Dr. Sushant Kumar Mahapatra. Dr. Mahapatra is an accomplished academic and researcher currently serving as Associate Professor of Sociology of Education in Department of Educational Psychology and Foundations of Education at NCERT, New Delhi. With a PhD in Sociology of Education from Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai, and an MPhil from NIPA, he brings over 13 years of expertise in teaching, research, and training in the fields of education, sociology, and social inclusion. Additionally, he has done certificate course in designing and facilitating e-learning from the Open Polytechnic of New Zealand. Work spans a wide range of critical areas, including parental involvement in education, the learning experiences of marginalized communities, gender issues, disability studies, and technology-enabled education. At NCERT, he has been instrumental in key initiatives, including developing content on school culture and value education, helping shape the way ethics and social values are leading research on relationships, school engagement, focusing on how student interactions influence learning experience, coordinating the development of an online course on value education for teachers, ensuring that educators are equipped with the right tools to instill strong moral foundations in schools, and developing a mobile app under the Manodarpan initiative, which provides psychological support and mental well-being resources for students. Before joining NCERT, Dr. Mahapatra made a significant impact at the National Institute of Open School IOS, providing insights that helped improve open schooling in India, coordinated the development of MAP Open Online Courses, MOOCs, in sociology, where he delivered through Swayam and made high quality education more accessible. Led the creation of e-content, audio and video programs in sociology, which has been widely used in open and distance learning platforms. His research is widely recognized with over 30 published papers, edited books, and contributions to national and international policy frameworks on inclusive education. Dr. Mahapatra has presented his research and insights at over 50 national and international conferences, including those hosted by UNESCO, the Commonwealth of Learning, and leading universities in Canada, the UK, Malaysia, Nigeria, Bangladesh, and Nepal. A defining achievement of his career is his leadership in the Indian Sign Language Project at NIOS, which became an integral part of India's National Education Policy, NEP 2020. His dedication to make education accessible to the deaf community played a crucial role in India winning the UNESCO King Sejong International Literacy Award in 2021, a testament to his commitment to inclusive learning. For his outstanding contributions, he has been honored with several prestigious awards, including the Bharat Jyoti Award 2013 by the National Friends Society, Guru Award by NIOS in 2000 and 2016 for his contribution. We're truly privileged to have him with us today. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Sukant Kumar Mahapatra. Welcome, sir.
Sir, the floor is open to you, sir.
There. Just a minute, sir.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Is the PPT visible to everyone?
Yes.
Yes, sir. It is visible, sir.
Yeah. Sabhi ko namaskar, respected Professor Anil Kumar ji, and thank you for the opportunity. I also thank my head of the department, Professor Prabhat Misra ji, and Professor Sanwal ji from Manodarpan in charge for giving this opportunity. So I hope you are enjoying the session. This is the third day, and by this time, I think you are all very much well aware about things in schools. So my session is enhancing access and overcoming barriers to positive mental well-being. So here we'll discuss about what is mental well-being that all of you know, and how there are challenges, and then we'll also discuss about the solution also. And we also look forward to listen to you also what you think about mental well-being and what is your experience at school. So these are all very much required when you are going through the session. If we talk about national education policy, I think in last 2 days you must have you must have discussed about his national education policy, and national education policy talked most about mental well-being. Like, if you talk about the last NEP national education policy and now, you'll find a lot of it is more vocal about mental well-being. So why mental well-being matters a lot? Because it impacts academic success, social interaction, and personal growth. And poor mental health leads and drop out it. You will find there are a lot of students drop out because their mental health is not being addressed properly, either due to ignorance, due to lack of awareness, and either parents or teachers are not very much acquainted with it. Even in society, we don't talk about mental health. It also promotes mental resilience and coping skills. A study by Nimhans found that 23% school children experience mental health problems, with anxiety, depression, and behavioral issues being the most common. And one survey pointed out that the student suicide rate is more compared to general suicide rate. While the student suicide rate is growing at the rate of 4%, in general it is 2%. So mental health matters a lot. Whether whether we are teacher, whether we are a principal, whether we are a parent, or as a society community member, it is the biggest responsibility for all of us, not only talk about academic performance but also mental well-being. Because if the mental well-being of student is very much right, he or she will be able to grab the academic concept, academic. So as health is a matter, as physical health matters a lot, mental health also matters a lot. So without talking mental health, we cannot be a good teacher or cannot be good practitioner in academic sense. So we have to discuss about mental well-being. If we talk about national education policy, it advocates children are unable to learn optimally when they are undernourished or unwell. So as food and nutrition also matters a lot, so mental health also matters a lot. It also talked about school complex for building vibrant teacher communities, and such school complexes also their counselor, trained social workers, so that we can support teachers, help create an effective learning environment. When you talk about effective environment, if we say all students are securing 100%, so that not only say successful school, model school. If our students are also 100% mentally fit, mental wellness if the school is performing 100%, then we can say also school is performing better, not only academically but also psychologically. So for effective learning environment, the teacher has to support both academic and also the mental well-being. About physical health and wellness, psychological health, social participation, cognitive health and growth, and learning needs and diversity. So as a teacher, we have to discuss all these. What is positive mental well-being? It includes emotional, social, and psychological stability. It helps if a student is positively, mental well-being is positive, then it will enable to handle stress and build healthy relationships. And it encourages self-awareness and self-regulation. The school has a proactive role in providing mental well-being. You know, the student is spending 8 hours in a school, not only 8 hours, even he goes to home, he carries all kind of impressions, all kind of experiences, what has happened in the school primary. So we cannot say the school has a limited role. School has higher role compared to the parents. Schools are the primary support system for students. Because parents not that much well versed about mental health aspect. I may also come to teachers and what we can do. And the teacher has also not the role to modify the students.
Sir, please unmute. Please unmute because participants, we all muted. Please unmute. Suskantji, please unmute. अनम्यूट कर लीजिए आप. हेलो. No.
आवाज पहले आ रहा था नहीं आ रहा था.
Yes.
आता है सर.
You can go ahead with the fourth slide.
From the first slide.
No, fourth.
Fourth. Okay. So when I say positive mental well-being, it includes physical health and wellness, psychological health, social and cohesion, cognitive health, growth, and learning. So when I say positive mental and positive well-being is very much important because it enables students to handle and build the relationship, self-awareness, and self-regulation. So role of school is distress here, and as you know, who are busy in their workplace. So teachers have a very vibrant role in schools, school system, and safe school and teacher has a very effective role, and we'll discuss one by one when we'll go ahead. But there are many challenges in the current school system because there are lack of structured mental health programs. Because if you come to school, both parents expect that the school should provide only academic support, and even the school has so much busy schedule so that we are not able to devote much time for the mental health program. So there is a need program where we can discuss about the mental health aspect of both students. So health when it comes to, because mostly the teachers and school tries to, there is a time bound to the curriculum, not to the mental health. Even there is high academic pressure also that affect mental well-being. Not only the parents, because everyone is going after the grades, how much grade one has secured, what is the pass percentage of the school. Even the school is being ranked, school is being ranked in terms of the percentage of percentage secured by students. So what you feel about Yes.
ब्रेक में जरा सी वायरिंग की प्रॉब्लम है बस। तो आप ये कह रहे हैं रिटार्डेड की बात नहीं है। ये 1000 खयाल बोल रहा है रंगों में आप क्या लेकिन से फायदा क्या है? इसमें सामने का बड़ा होगा कैसे बराबरी कर पाएगा इस दुनिया के साथ? क्या सारी उम्र में से घर पे बैठ के खिलाता रहूंगा?
सब वीडियो देख पा रहे हैं? Are you able to see the video?
हाँ हाँ नमस्ते।
Yes.
ओके सर।
Yes, sir.
Yes, yes.
बाहर एक बेरहम कपड़े सभी को अपने घरों में डॉक्टर्स और बैंकर्स उड़ा किसी को अव्वल नंबर डॉक्टर इंजीनियर मैनेजमेंट इससे कब तक बर्दाश्त 95%, 95%.
Sir, we are unable to see the video. We are unable to see the video
You are unable to see the
from
video?
online. Online people are not able to see the videos.
Just a minute. ठीक है, अभी देख पा रहे हैं?
It's not visible to online people, sir. Not
Able to see
visible.
now.
Just now, screen sharing.
No video, sir.
Not yet, sir. No, sir, it's not playing.
नहीं देख, actually we have seen now also.
कैसे बराबरी कर पाएगा इस दुनिया के साथ?
Yes, sir, not able to see.
For online people.
Online people not able to see. Sir.
So here I am sending
Online.
the link, you can see. So we can click this link also.
बाहर एक बेरहम कपड़े सभी को अपने अपने डॉक्टर्स और बैंकर्स उड़ा
Sir, can you stop your PPT and share the video? Then we'll be
Sorry,
able
sir?
to see. You stop your PPT, then share
अच्छा,
video.
हर बच्चे की
Both cannot come together. No?
अपनी जागत
खड़े हो जाओ, जिसको नींद लग रही थोड़ा देर खड़े हो जाओ।
Heavy curriculum, mute your.
Yes, we are able to see.
Ah, sir, now it's visible.
हाँ ओके,
थोड़ा enlarge कर लीजिए आप अपने साइड से, फुल स्क्रीन कर लीजिए।
ब्रेक में जरा सी वायरिंग की प्रॉब्लम है बस। तो आप ये कह रहे हैं
सुगन जी फुल स्क्रीन कर लीजिए।
अच्छी बात नहीं है। ये देखिए मिस्टर अक्स, ये तेज दिमाग 1000 ख्याल बोल रहा है रंगों में आपकी और मेरी काबिलियत से कहीं आगे, लेकिन इसका फायदा क्या है? इसमें फायदा क्या ढूंढ रहे हैं? तो और क्या ढूंढ बनेगा बड़ा होकर कैसे बराबरी कर पाएगा इस दुनिया के साथ? क्या सारी उम्र में से घर पे बैठ के खिलाता रहूंगा? बाहर एक बेरहम कपड़े और इस दुनिया में सभी को अपने अपने घरों में टॉपर्स और बैंकर्स उड़ा हर किसी को अव्वल नंबर डॉक्टर इंजीनियर मैनेजमेंट इससे कम हर उंगली को खींचकर नमती कर देना, लगे ऐसा लगे ना, चाहे उंगली क्यों ना टूट जाए।
Okay, so what is your, so what done from this video?
We have not heard fully. You can brief, sir.
Okay. Anyone of you have seen this video?
Some of
Yeah. So what do you learn from this video?
Sir, it
Yes.
shows that parents are not ready to accept that their child has some mental well-being problem.
Okay.
Child has some learning disability. The parents are not ready to accept it.
Anyone else? Yeah, good point.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, I'm Sarita Rao, an online participant. We have seen this movie, and here this movie, to a great deal, it has dealt on the problem where parents have a lot of expectations from their children. Here, this father is very angry with his child. He is not at all happy, and because he feels that his child doesn't listen to him, he's adamant, he's stubborn, he doesn't learn anything, he is very poor in academics, and so he forces him to, go. He makes him to go and join a boarding school. He starts hating his so much that he takes the boarding school, and the son is very anguished being separated from his mother, and the child or the son cannot understand that why his parents have this kind of attitude. So it shows the anguish of the parents also, that they are not able to understand. They have too many expectations from the child. They want the child to be always, a top rank. He compares this younger child with the elder one. The elder one is always very bright in studies, very good in sports and all that, whereas the younger is not good in anything when he at the report card and other things in the school. So he takes him to the school. So this film Taring Par really, into issues regarding such learning disability, where we need to accept things in the society and positive, and disabilities can also be treated with patience.
Actually, this is not about a problem parent also, because parents are not trained. They are not. There is our. So as a teacher, we message among the parents and the society that how they can. There is another life also. Academic performance is not the criteria of having a good life. So so we have to spread this message. It is happening because there is misconception around mental health. As I told that everyone is going for academic performance. There is fear of being judged prevents students from seeking help, lack of open discussion. Even the parents never discuss about who disabled है या कुछ mental issues है या कोई stress है. No one wants to talk about this. So there is lack of open discussion. There are also cultural barriers. कुछ होता है हम क्या करते हैं? We always go to there is so much superstition also. So first we don't approach to any mental health professionals. Am I audible to everyone? Hello?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You're audible.
Yeah, sir. Yes. So there is always a cultural barrier. Also, we don't talk openly about the mental health issues. Suppose if the child is not performing better, or child is very silent, and child is not talking to anyone, so we just avoid it, saying it is a normal situation. So there's a lack of open discussion also. And second thing, there's counseling is viewed as curative approach. Unless there is a serious issue, don't go to doctor. Suppose if anyone is having diarrhea or fever or any typhoid or anything, immediately to doctors. and then we take medicine and then come out. But when it comes to mental health issue, it is not the one day solution that you take a medicine or then another day it is being cured. So for mental health, it is not that it is not a one day affair. So we have read a message that when it comes to mental health issue, it come the prevention or the approach goes for a long time. And then when it comes to guidance, we always see the counselor's role in school premises. We are not health experts, we can do it. But as a teacher, we have also some role. So as a teacher, as NEP talks about that teacher counselor approach. Every teacher they should also know about how to do counseling. Because as a teacher, when it happens classroom, we are observing the student from 8 hours. So a separate counselor may not know. So counselor is required for the school, but not only the counselor job that he or she has to address. Stakeholders like there are principal, there are the science teacher, the mathematics teacher, there is social science teacher, and also the parent and community. They also need to address it. Yes, I understand a little bit hand holding, bit training is required, but they also need to do this. If you want, we can also see this video, or we can skip it because time. In between, if you have any kind of like something about what is happening in your school, you can also share here also. So lack of awareness, as told about, many students and teachers lack knowledge about mental health, and there are also myth and misconception prevent early intervention. You'll go to rural area or even urban areas, it is happening also. If there's anything, they go to some other not medical professionals for all kind of other things like suppose so there is a myth and misconception that हाँ ठीक हो जाएगा कुछ दिन के बाद ठीक हो जाएगा, but हम when you say there is it will take time, but it happens that ऐसे बोलते बोलते that also goes that goes to other situation that becomes more problematic. You can see like suppose there are in you all know the quota story how students are committing suicide. Not all, there are some students who come to mental stress and they commit suicide. They usually talk to parents, but parents keep avoiding कोई नहीं आगे हो जाएगा. So it gets delayed. So we should not, if there is any kind of, we see any kind of or any kind of cases, any kind of symptoms, we must try to address it early. So that is very much needed. Then there is a need of our program in school on isolated psychological emotional well-being of students and role of guidance and counseling. Time to time, we must conduct workshops not only for students but also for the parents. There should be some scope where they can come and discuss with the teachers, with the professionals about mental well-being. That is much required. Then limited mental health resources also. We have shortage of trained school counselors. We don't have sufficient teachers, so also trained counselors. There are very few school counselors if we make a statistical analysis, and even there are school counselors, they are not properly trained. So there is a need of rigorous trained school counselors. Then we don't have mental health budget for schools. There is no mental health budget, having workshop, having seminar, having training programs where the experts we can invite and they can be the teachers can be oriented. So there is no mental health budget. Then overburdened teachers unable to address individual needs. Because if you go to teachers, they are mostly busy non-teaching jobs. Even there are teachers inside school, they are engaged in number of activities. So they have little time to address individual needs. because course cover bhi karna hai, because there are so much examinations and there is so that you have to complete the course in time. So teachers are so much overburdened that they don't address individual. Sometimes they see that how the student is stressed, how the student is remaining silent, he is not talking to their peer, so he is not talking to friends, but still they are unable to address the needs because they don't have sufficient time. So, but we have to have some time for the student also, so that we can address their needs. Then lack of physical space, कोई space नहीं होता है, so that you can, because when it comes to guidance, the student may come with certain issue, and he or she may try whatever he or she is saying that must be confidential, so that so that no one is able to know what is happening with the student. But there is no particular, the counseling sessions can be done for the students. Why? Because the students are mostly affected by their peer groups. Even some of the teachers, they may not be as much friendly as you are. So therefore, need a separate space where they can tell what is happening with them. Then in inadequate assessment tool, there is no proper assessment tool through which one can be able to guide the student what kind of support he is needed. But if you see in set website, Tamanna as a tool is there. Tamanna is aptitude test, which talks about career counseling. So we can also see that. So there is limited mental health resources. So for that, we need to have collaboration with the medical professionals, mental health experts, so that we can take their expertise. Then is academic pressure is there. There is exam stress leads to anxiety and burnout. As I told you, there is a competitive grading system. Everyone wants to make their student engineer, doctors. We don't see that what is their requirement. We always see what is the expectation from as a parent we have, what the expectation we have as a society member, what expectation we have as a community. So there is a cutthroat competitions not only among we have competitions with a neighbor that उसको neighbor का जो बच्चा है वो he is becoming doctor, he is securing 100 percentile, why you are not. Even there are also competitions among peers also. जैसे तारा जमीन पार में you might have seen the elder one, the parents are comparing the younger one with the elder one. He is saying that नहीं वो तो he is good in he is keeping 100% marks. वो टेनिस में भी अच्छा है, तुम क्यों नहीं हो? पेरेंट्स यहाँ नहीं देख रहे हैं, वो उसको he is इसलिए दिया and उसको कैसे, but they are comparing it. So we need to go out from this also. So from here we can see the video and can see can discuss about what is the takeaway from this videos. शेयरिंग क्यों नहीं आ रहा है इसमें?
Sir, video is not visible, sir.
Not visible.
Yeah.
Just
Online participants.
I think we'll have to close the
Online
PPT
participants.
share.
10,000 बच्चों का सिलेक्शन होता है, 2,90,000 बच्चे।
Just a minute.
उसकी तैयारी तो कभी की एग्जाम में नहीं फेल हो गए, फेलियर से कैसे डील करना है, कोई बातें नहीं करती। मार्क्स ले आओ, ये वाला कॉलेज मिलेगा।
Play video, please. Share and close.
10,000 बच्चों का सिलेक्शन करता है, 2,90,000
Screen share is not happening.
अब बताइए क्या करना है, तैयारी तो कभी की। उनको लगता है कि एग्जाम में देंगे वो लाइफ में दे पाए।
Able to
Yeah, I can. Are you able to see this video now?
सक्सेस के बाद का प्लान सबके पास है।
Ah, yes.
Okay, sir.
भाई हम सब मेहनत कर रहे हैं भाई, सक्सेस के बाद का प्लान के पास है। गलती से फेल हो गए, फेलियर से कैसे डील करना है, कोई बातें नहीं करती। मार्क्स ले आओ, ये वाला कॉलेज मिलेगा, बेटा वो कॉलेज और ये वाला जॉब मिलेगा। अरे 10 लाख बच्चे बैठ, 10,000 बच्चों का सिलेक्शन होता है, 90,000 बच्चे। अब बताइए कि क्या करना है, उसकी तैयारी तो कभी की। उनको लगता है कि वो एग्जाम में देंगे वो लाइफ में फेल हो रहे हैं भाई। कोशिश कर, बाकी आप लोग का तो उस दिन के बाद हम लोग सर रहे नहीं। बेटा फैसले सही नहीं करते, तो लूजरों की नहीं, तुम्हारी कोशिश डिसाइड करती है, और कोशिश तो आपके बहुत करीब है बेटा। सो गाइस, इस वीडियो से आपको एक ग्रेट मैसेज मिला होगा कि आपकी प्रिपरेशन जितनी भी हो, आप अपना 100% दो। कोई भी एग्जाम आपका रियल पोटेंशियल डिसाइड नहीं करता। Life is still so long and you still have the time to achieve something big even after the lot of failures. So failures से मत डरो and face the failures. The main thing is कि आप अपना 100% दे रहे हो कि नहीं. And also by this video, I want to give tribute to the legend.
Okay, so what you learned from this video? Hello? Hello? Oh, sorry. So what you learned from this video? Yeah, anyone?
Yeah, sir. Hello.
Are you able to hear me? Yeah.
Morning, sir.
Yeah, good evening. Yeah, good morning.
Sir, it was not clearly visible, but this is from the movie Chichore, Sushant Singh Rajput and Shraddha Kapoor,
Yeah.
where the boy commits suicide. Like, he's expected to get some score in the JEE main. And when he's not able to meet, he commits suicide. And they happen to call up all the friends.
Yes.
So basically, the pressure that child was subjected to. When the parents had come through good institutes, and though it was not their expectation, probably the child himself wants to rise to the level of the parents, and he compares himself with the parents. Background, and feels like little down because he is not able to get through that examination, and ultimately he commits suicide by jumping from the terrace.
Yes. Yeah. So this video talks about that we always talk. Yeah. Anyone wants to add anything?
And sometimes, like even if there is no target set by the parent, the child himself, because of the peer pressure, sets up a target for himself and undergoes this kind of stress. Under stress, he commits suicide.
Yes. Yeah. So this video talks about, we always talk about success, but we never talk about failure. That even a failure we also get learning also. And second thing talks about that we should always tell the students that they should try, they should make use effort. So if a person is not achieving some, so the life is not end only by appearing the JEE examination or going to the medical test. So that is ranking is not doesn't matter, but there are also life beyond that also. So we have to tell our students that you try your best. So we'll see whatever the outcome, we'll see it. So we have to spread that message that examination is not the only destination, and there is life beyond examination also. So there are family issues like parental pressure is there, even the family pressure is there, so that also affect mental health. Then unstable home environment. So as you know, that is you all accept or not, but you know the broken family is uh, is is lot now. There is, because there is more nuclear families. So they, in earlier time, there is grandfather, grandmother, they are able to taking care of what is happening with the student, but we have more nuclear family than joint family. Even if you go to rural area, you'll find there are nuclear families also. Even there are more broken home, like separated parents are there. So there, when there is single parent, so the child is not being taken care so much. Even lack of family communication. Now we are so much busy as a parent. We are so much busy in our office, in our workplace, and even we come back to home, that parents are busy in their own mobile, student and teachers and the student are there busy in their own mobile. So there is a lack of family communication um, that also worsen emotional struggle. Earlier, what was happened, because parents are parents have time for their students, their son and daughters, they're able to see the even the physical and psychological changes within their son or daughter. But now lack of family communication is there. So as a parent, we must try to give them option that they should talk more to their son daughter. I'll give one case with you. I went to Odisha for our research. So we interviewed the principal of that school also. So she was sharing with us the there's a class 9 student, and his father is a doctor, and even that ninth class girl student, female student, mother also working. So what was happening? So they have little time for their daughter. So once happened, like because he was not, because their parents were not talking to the daughter frequently, and they are not communicating because they are think that we are giving all kind of study material, all kind of requirements. What the physical and physical requirements of the child. So what happened that she came in contact with one outside boy. Then what is so in then for some time he also did. Are you able to hear me?
पहले लोग ऐसे वो पंडित जी लोग रहते थे ना उनकी एक वो होती ना उसको ऐसे
Online participants, please mute yourself.
Yeah, please.
Participants.
Yeah. So I'm sharing one case with you that I went to for data collection to OSA. So one principal was sharing with me that one class 9 female student like she was not regular in school and there are some behavioral issues with the child also. So often when she was sharing, the both parents were the father is doctor and even the mother is also working somewhere, so they did not have much time to their daughter also. So slowly what happened that because he was getting less time to talk to their parents, so she was in touch with some boy who is like class from outside. So one day when parent came to school and they are just literally the father was crying literally in front of principal and principal asking what happened to you. She was saying that the father was saying that no, my daughter is like not behaving properly and she is in contact with some boy from outside. Then principal tried to say how much time you are able to give to your daughter. And he was saying that because we are giving everything to the daughter and then what is the need of talking to her. And then principal say that okay, you do one thing, you just and don't you just give some time to give some time to your daughter, and then even she is not coming to school, that is also okay for us for some days. And then the father has started giving some time to daughter also. And the parent also, the principal also told that you are whenever even you are coming by car, you are giving in the front seat, you are not giving seat to your daughter and keeping all your things there, and you are telling your daughter to sit in the back side, okay. And slowly what has, and after some time there is so much changes happened in the among the in the daughter also. So it is because their parents were able to give as much time to their daughter also. So as if so there is a need of family communication, so we have to daily
YouTube ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು
their daughter also. That is much more needed. Then bullying and peer pressure also one factor that is happening in the school. We have to notice that it often happens there is a groupism among students. One group affect other groupism. So we have to careful about the groupism in the school. So peer support system can help mitigate this effect. So we have to strengthen the peer support because because the students are sharing as much time with their peers. So we have to activate the peer support system. वी हैव हमारा एक इंटो रिसर्च पीयर सिस्टम में चला था, तो वहाँ पे हम गए थे, वहाँ पे हम देखा कि एक स्टूडेंट बहुत डिस्टर्ब था क्योंकि देयर इज बिकॉज उसको घर से ज़्यादा सपोर्ट नहीं मिल रहा था। तो वहाँ पे पीयर का सपोर्ट उसको बहुत हेल्प किया। मैं केस बता रहा हूँ, क्लास 6 की बच्ची थी। क्लास 6 की बच्ची थी, उसका फादर के साथ ही इज मोर अटैच्ड टू द ग्रैंडफादर। And because of some illness, grandfather got expired, and then the girl was absent for 2 to 3 days, and she was not coming to school. And then another and her friend came to her home, and then they started playing together for 1 and 2 days, and then suddenly there are so much changes happened in the another student also. So peer support system we have to activate. जब हमने peer support peer learning हमारा जो रिसर्च था, हम जब रिसर्च के लिए गए तो वहाँ पे जब हमने जो स्टूडेंट्स को पूछिए, सपोज आपको के साथ कुछ होता है तो आप किसको पूछोगे? तो उनका सडन आंसर था हम अपना फ्रेंड से पूछेंगे। इवन वो दे स्टार्टेड आल्सो टू शेयर विद द पेरेंट्स आल्सो। कुछ केसेस ऐसे होता है जहाँ पे वो पेरेंट के साथ ना शेयर कर पाते हैं, ना वो टीचर के साथ भी शेयर कर पाते हैं। तो वहाँ पे जो पीयर सिस्टम है, पीयर को पता हो, उनके फ्रेंड्स को पता होता है उसके साथ क्या हो रहा है। क्योंकि स्कूल बस में जा रहे हैं वो लोग, इवन कुछ चीज़ वो शेयर भी कर लेते हैं। तो पीयर सपोर्ट सिस्टम हमें एक्टिवेट करना पड़ेगा टू एड्रेस द मेंटल वेलबीइंग ऑफ स्टूडेंट। Even social media digital space is also one factor of mental issues. Because after COVID, you can say because we have given them mobile after COVID, and the parents are not aware of what is happening, what is they are doing. See that the mobile that they are using for academic purpose, even for entertainment, that is for the small time. So we have to reduce the screen time, excessive screen time, anxiety, and sleep issues. So we have to see about digital well-being in education. So we have to see that when they are using the mobile, that should be used properly. आपको और एक केस बता दूं, जैसे हम ट्राइबल एरियाज उड़ीसा में गए थे, देवगढ़ में एक स्कूल में क्या हुआ, बिकॉज पेरेंट्स ट्राइबल के टाइम स्कूल हॉस्टल गेम खेलता था, मोबाइल गेम खेलता था। उसको मोबाइल एडिक्शन इतना हो गया, जब स्कूल जब खोला, देयर इज टू कम टू स्कूल विदाउट मोबाइल। और उसको मोबाइल एडिक्शन हो गया था, वो स्कूल बंद कर दिया, वो आया ही नहीं। करना था पेरेंट्स, इवन द स्कूल ट्राई टू काउंसल हिम, बट इतना एडिक्शन हो गया था, ही वाज नॉट एबल टू कम बैक टू स्कूल, and so therefore so digital addiction is very much harmful for the society. So we have to address the digital well-being.
Yeah, excuse me, sir. In my school also such a case has happened, sir, this year. A 10th class child has got so addicted to the mobile phone that he has stopped coming to the school, and at home also he has become very violent. Whenever the parent tries to take away the mobile phone or stop the internet, the child becomes very violent at home and starts breaking all the things, so much so that the parents are very afraid of the child now. He has totally stopped coming to the school, and this year his parents have given the application. He is not going to appear in the CBSE class 10th examination also.
Yeah.
So
these are the
these,
cases. Yeah. So very good case studies. I think whenever anyone has case study, they should also share with us. Okay. Then what remedies they are taking now?
They are taking the child to counselor outside, sir.
Okay. Yes. So we have to be careful about the screen time. Even whenever you are meeting for the parent-teacher meeting, also you must discuss all these issues with the parents, and even also you can conduct workshop with the parent also, so that they can be vigilant about how to use mobile and reduce the screen time.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Even the survey also talks about that in rural areas, 49.3% students use smartphone, and they are using less for the studies and more for the entertainment. 56% used for downloading and watching movies. 47.3% also use download and listen, which the survey also talks about. Because actually there is the mobile gaming. Mobile is such a device that many people are attracted to it. So we have to avoid such kind of use also. Then, as you told you, lack of space. We should take out guidance, counseling space, so that we can counsel our student properly in a proper manner. And also safe space help reduce anxiety and stress, because suppose parents को कुछ students को कुछ बोलना होता है, so they can tell in public, और उनको ये भी लगता है कि सपोज मैं कुछ टीचर्स को बोल रहा हूँ तो दूसरा टीचर्स को भी ना पता हो, या कोई स्टूडेंट्स को पता हो, क्योंकि वहाँ पे बोलिंग का कैसे बोलिंग होने का वो एक बंदा क्या हो जाता है, टारगेट हो जाता है कि हाँ इसको तो यही है। एंड तो इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है कि हम एक सेफ स्पेस एक क्रिएट करें। एंड स्कूल शुड हैव क्रिएट रिलैक्सेशन जोन्स। हम क्या करते हैं, क्लासरूम बस स्कूल बस क्लासरूम को ही देखता है, हाँ क्लासरूम इवन जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन होता है दे ओनली, हाँ स्कूल बस स्पेस कोई खुला नहीं छोड़ना चाहिए, हर जगह पढ़ाया जाना चाहिए। वी मस्ट हैव ए रिलैक्सेशन जोन आल्सो। सपोज स्टूडेंट को कुछ स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, कुछ हो रहा है, सो दे कैन गो टू दैट रूम, दे कैन गो देयर एंड देन दे कैन have some relaxation time also. So school has to create relaxation zones and counseling rooms, because unless we have a proper mental health, proper mental well-being, we can perform academical, not can be good human being also. अब देखिए आपके पास जो बच्चा आता है 8 घंटे के लिए नहीं आता है, आपके लिए लाइफ टाइम के लिए आता है, तो टीचर्स they have already given the teachers is like next to God, because the teachers know what is happening with the child, and even the teachers can also counsel the parents, and the parents can also be friendly to the child also. So teacher has a very huge role, not only academical but also to address the mental well-being also. Sometimes rigid curriculum also becomes a uh, reason for stress and disengagement also, because we have so much curriculum burden that teacher wants to the parent, we want that student has to be perfect in everything. Even the parents also want my son or daughter should be perfect in science, math, social science, music, art, everything. So that can be possible. There are very few who can be brilliant in everything, but not all. So we have to accept that reality, and so we must address the curriculum need of the student also. There's lack of flexibility. जैसे बहुत सारे एग्जाम होता है, यूनिट टेस्ट है, ये टेस्ट है, वो टेस्ट है, so that increases stress and stress. So we have to little bit flexible also. Then over emphasis on exam over personal growth. हमारे curriculum ऐसा होता है कि even after going going from school, the parents want they should go to tuition. The math का tuition अलग है, science का tuition अलग है, social science का tuition अलग है. So there is a very less time for the student to have the relaxation time. So we must talk about the overall personal growth, not only the exam is the only criteria. Then mental health topics in education. There is a need of having mental health topics in education. कभी कभी टीचर्स को करिकुलम को छोड़ के कुछ दूसरे बात करना चाहिए, सो दैट द स्टूडेंट बिकम मोर फ्रेंडली टू द टीचर. जब तक टीचर फ्रेंडली नहीं होंगे तब तक स्टूडेंट्स अपने बात, तो teachers not only should not only limited to translate the curriculum, but they should have some time where they can talk to student also. जैसे आप when you are teaching to students, you might have noticed that why the student is disturbed, why student is silent, why student is not in relation, is not talking to others. So you must see the symptoms, why a student is normal every time, but why he is upset today. So do we have to talk to the students so that their needs can be addressed. If you see Aurobindo, he talks about true knowledge is not attained by thinking, it is what you are, it is what you become. As you might have seen in the 3 Idiot movie, that the actor who wants to become the painter, he's good in wildlife photography, but his father want him to be engineer. So, but he is not happy in his own life because he wants to become wildlife engineer. So there are so much passion among the students. So we must see what is in what they are very much good. Suppose Sachin Tendulkar, if there is if Sachin Tendulkar was asked only to have examination, only secured good marks, we might not have Sachin Tendulkar today. What we see now, even also Virat Kohli. And there is so much player, they have become so So we have to be very careful, like that. What is there? What is the best in in which aspect they are best? We should promote that. Even we also ask the parents that they should not confine them to classroom only. There's something beyond classroom. They should be given exposure. And there's teacher lack mental health training also. Then because teachers are always trained on the content aspect, we teach them how to teach good science, how to teach a good English teacher, how to teach the content, but we never talk about mental health aspect. I think we should have more and more mental health training. Not only the offline training, there are so many online training also. Even you can also see Google, you can also do online training through YouTube, online training through. So there are so much training. So we have to address the teacher training gaps. Even the national education policy also talks about teacher training. Even if we talk about our NCRT, we have a diploma course in guidance and counseling. Every year we have centers not only in Delhi, but we also have centers in Mysore, Nellore, Shillong in northeast, Bhubaneswar in eastern part, catering eastern part of India. So this training program are conducted for 6 months, but there is this blended mode. Sometimes you have to come to the centers for 2 months, and sometimes you have to do course online, and then sometimes you have to come to the course for the assignment part also. So it's a distance blended mode, both online and offline training program for 6 months. So in this training program, we try to have teachers from KBS, NBS, Navodaya Vidyalaya Samiti, Kendriya Vidyalaya, also from private teachers. They also participate, and also some practitioners. So we are training since the last 5 decades on this diploma course in guidance and counseling. So you can also join such kind of training program, and you can also, there are so many workshops also both in India and abroad. Join such kind of workshop. We can also develop the mental health, how to be a good mental health practitioner. This training also talks about. Now we can see this video. Then
मैं तुम लोगों को एक कहानी एक लड़के की कहानी। एक लड़का था, मत पूछो किधर।
are you able to see the video?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. हाँ sir. हाँ sir.
Yes.
आज मैं तुम लोगों को एक कहानी सुनाऊंगा। एक लड़के की कहानी। एक लड़का था, मत पूछो किधर। वो पढ़ लिख नहीं पाता, लाख कोशिशों बाद उसको रहता ना था यार कि YX के बाद आता था। अल्फाज उसके दुश्मन उसकी आंखों के सामने नाचते थे, डांस कर करके जी भर भर के बेचारे को सताते थे। लिखना पढ़ना थका देता उसको, टुकड़े अपने सुनाता वो। बेटा बोलता, स्टार्टर बोलता, ऊपर से ABC डिस्को। फेल हो गया एक दिन बेचारा, पढ़ने लिखने के बोझ का मारा। लोगों ने उसे गधा बेवकूफ कहा, बच्चे ने सारा अपमान बहादुरी से सहा। फिर एक सवेरे उसने सोना उगला, तेरी जो सुनी जान है सारा जहां पे। बोलो बोलो कौन है? करेक्ट राजा, अल्बर्ट आइंस्टाइन, जीनियस, महान साइंटिस्ट, जिसने दुनिया को अपनी थियरी ऑफ रिलेटिविटी से हिला के रखा। द ब्राउनियन मोशन, द फोटोइलेक्ट्रिक इफेक्ट, फॉर व्हिच ही वाज अवार्डेड द नोबेल प्राइज in 1921.
So what you learn from this video? Hello.
Sir, the boy thought that the teacher is telling about that boy, but actually he's telling about that scientist. So he felt sorry for that and he feels shame and he gets angry like that boy himself. But after showing that picture, then he realized not about him, but that scientist that is himself. So,
Yes. Yeah. Actually, when he told Albert Einstein, he was very much happy.
ஒரு சாவி
उसको लगा
எனக்கு
वो
வேணும்.
अकेले
அந்த சாவி இல்ல வேற ஒரு சாவி எனக்கு இல்ல நாட்டுல எடுத்துக்கிட்டேன் First
Yeah, anyone wants to add anything? Am I audible or not?
Audible, sir.
Yeah. Anyone wants to add anything? Yes. Yeah. You are right when he told about an Albert Einstein is very much he was very much happy. Actually, he was saying that I am not the only one who is affected. Even Albert Einstein is also in my category. So like this, we have to say the very there are many case studies. There are many successful individual. We have to share the best practices. We have to share the successful case studies with them so that they can also be happy. Even we have to, and after Amir Khan was able to share this because he was trained. Because as a teacher, he was very much trained about dyslexia. As a teacher, he was much trained about mental health aspect. So therefore, he was able to guide and he was able to counsel the parent also. So mental training is very much essential. So we have to address every school must have mental health policies. I think when you go back to your school, you can also discuss about your teacher. Training is not only about that you came and you took the training and then you go back and then you only practice. I think when you go back to your school, you must share with your principal, with your colleagues that what you learn from this mental health session. How many of you are going to share with your colleagues and schools?
All of us, sir.
All of you, please raise your hand.
Yes, sir. All of us.
Okay, thank you
All
so
of
much. You are taking leadership from everyone, huh? So every school must have mental health policies. As we have a mandate that our school will achieve 100% result this time. Like this, we must say that there's some period for to discuss about not every day, at least in a week, in a 15 days, in a month, we must discuss about mental health, not only for students but also among the parents also. And there are so many health professionals. Earlier, people, but now travel is not a requirement. Even any mental health practitioners in USA, UK, any parts of India, they can also connect and they can address your teacher, parent, and students. So है तो वही teachers बाद में जो वो स्टूडेंट जब बाद में आते हैं वो बोलते हैं मेरा टीचर मुझे आज मैं यहाँ खड़ा हूँ क्योंकि मेरा टीचर मुझे यहाँ पे खड़ा किया है. So we must address such issues, and we must every life counts. Every life counts, and suicide rate among students is increasing year by year. So as a teacher, we have a very vibrant role to address a kind of need. I am also feel very happy that I am through this forum, I am raising these issues among you and raising consideration among all of you. And encouraging questions about yeah. So encourage peer discussion about emotions. जैसे आप देखेंगे क्लास में, देखो किसका बस फ्रेंड है, किसका फ्रेंड नहीं है। जैसे हम एक पंजाब के एक स्कूल में गए थे, वहां पे वो क्या करते थे, सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट चेंज कर, सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट शुड नॉट बी फिक्स्ड, आई एम टेलिंग यू। सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट आप चेंज कीजिए, नॉट एवरी, एटलीस्ट फॉर ए मंथ, फॉर इन ए मंथ और ट्वाइस मंथ और 1-2 मंथ। जब आप सिटिंग अरेंजमेंट चेंज करते तो क्या होता है ना, सपोज उसके साथ फ्रेंड है, कल साथ वो फ्रेंडशिप टूट गया हो तो दूसरे भी फ्रेंड बनते हैं। So they have more, they have friend there is more emotional stability and they can more also share with each other. So we have to talk about uh, uh, we must encourage peer discussions about emotions. We must start, जब स्कूल करिकुलम के बात करते हैं मेंटल हेल्थ के बारे में हम बात करना बहुत जरूरी है। टीचर ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम, as I told you, इमोशनल इंटेलिजेंस वर्कशॉप होना चाहिए। We should must equip teachers with counseling techniques. Because देखिए जो प्राइवेट स्कूल से गवर्नमेंट स्कूल से, आई थिंक गवर्नमेंट इज, देयर आर मेनी स्टेट्स दे हैव अपॉइंटेड peer support system must. Please mute your phone. Encourage students to support one another, as I told you, training peer mentors for mental health awareness, building culture of empathy and inclusion, that is very much essential. I am telling one story from Odisha. क्या हुआ, his one of the friends students father got expired due to road accident. So what happened, all the their friends, they went to their home. Not only they contributed monetarily, but they are also there to support for 10 days to that to their friend. और उनको जब जरूरत पड़ा कि होमवर्क करना है या कुछ असाइनमेंट दिया गया है, एंड दे कीप सपोर्टिंग, सो दैट इट ऑलवेज हैपेंस कि जब फादर का एक्सपायर हो जाता है, जहाँ व्हेन देयर इज ओनली सिंगल मदर, कभी कभी ऐसा होता है कि जो उनको पढ़ना छोड़ना पड़ता है, but they are good friends, if they have good friends, so these friends support each other and then they start continuing the school system. तो आप बहुत से ड्रॉप आउट केसेस देखेंगे ऐसा, जहाँ पे फादर का एक्सपायर हो गया या घर में किसका गया, तो दे नॉर्मली डिसकंटिन्यू स्टडीज, बिकॉज क्या होता है, स्टडी गैप आ जाता है एंड वो इंटरेस्ट खत्म हो जाता है। बट जहाँ पे पीयर सपोर्ट होता है तो वहाँ पे वो स्टूडेंट फिर वापस आ जाता है, फिर पढ़ना शुरू करता है। तो मैंने उड़ीसा के स्कूल में देखा, वहाँ पे the friends, they went to their home, they keep supporting for their education, financially also, and also emotionally, and so share their notes. और एक कहानी बता रहा हूँ, पंजाब, the case of Punjab, because there are some family disturbance between his father, her father and mother. So so she was emotionally disturbed for a long time, and for but they are keep supporting, their friends keep supporting through talking to her on phone, sharing the notebooks, sharing the homework, sharing the assignment. So the friends are still in touch with each other, and they are, because वहाँ पे दो स्टूडेंट था ही नहीं, but I interviewed their friends. The friends are very much positive, sir. We are keep supporting. She is still positive. Once the case is settled, she may come back to school. So मेरा यही बोलना है, peer support system को आप strengthen कीजिए। आप हम पढ़ाते तो ठीक है, but friendship एक बहुत बड़ा factor होता है। we have to address peer support system. Teacher, parent, now the peer support system is the best support system, whether you accept or not, but that is the reality. You start setting arrangement change कीजिए। आप देखिए जो इमोशनल डिस्टर्ब होगा उसको आप किसको साथ बिठाइए, जरूर उसका कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ेगा, सब बढ़ेगा, जरूर बढ़ेगा। मैं आपको श्योर दे रहा हूँ। आप मेरा ईमेल लिखिए, मोबाइल नंबर लिख लीजिए, आप मुझे ईमेल भी कर सकते, जो केस स्टडीज उसको आप शेयर कीजिए। यू विल बी very much happy if you are able to strengthen peer support system in your class. You must quote Mahatma Gandhi, the best way to find yourself to lose yourself in the service of others. हम peer को सिखाना चाहिए, हम जो स्टूडेंट उनको सिखाना चाहिए कि peer support कितना बड़ा रोल होता है. There is no professional counselor, so there should be counseling services provided to time. And then flexible approach, we introduce homework, academic burden. There should be must alternative assessment methods we must think about. Encouraging physical activities. We must promote yoga, relaxation techniques, reduce stress and anxiety. Sports हमारे डेली रूटीन में होना चाहिए. आप पेरेंट्स को बोलिए बस पढ़ने के लिए उनको बस स्टूडेंट्स को पढ़ने के लिए ना बोले, उनको बाहर छोड़िए so that they should more engage in sports and जो हमारे डेली रूटीन स्पोर्ट्स होना चाहिए. Mindfulness relaxation techniques होना चाहिए. We must think about meditation, breathing exercise. There should be must quiet zones where they can student keep silent and they can and we must encourage gratitude and self-reflection also. If anything is happening, we must the student must know how to make gratitude, how to self-reflect, do more and more meditation, breathing, yoga also. As some maybe can talk to yourself once in a day, otherwise you may miss meeting an excellent person in this world. So we must encourage this relaxation technique. There are very much successful school mental health models. I think a teacher you have come as a group. You must have a WhatsApp group where you can share what is the best practice in your school that other teacher can also adopt. Unless we share the successful best practices, then we cannot. There are many mobile apps, many so every school has their unique practices. I think we must share with each other. More we share, more we can save the life of students. So we have to share the successful case studies also. Then our school environment should be very much caring, inclusive also. There must be promoting zero tolerance for discrimination. Because in a school there are students from lower economic class, higher economic class, rural area, urban area, boys and girls. So there's no discrimination between students. So if there is a diversity, we can say there should be asset for each other instead of zero tolerance. Because जब वहाँ पे कहाँ हॉस्टल भी होता है, नॉन हॉस्टल स्टूडेंट्स होते हैं, हॉस्टल भी ग्रुपिज्म होता है. So we have to see that the teachers not only be objective teacher, even the school administration also be very much positive. देखो क्या होता है जब स्टूडेंट एंट्री करता है, there are also security guard also there are matron also there are sweeper also there. So we have to see that every staff, including the peons, including staff, there should also be non-discriminatory in nature. They should be properly to the student. Creating positive reinforcement mechanism, जहाँ पे कोई बच्चा सपोज अच्छा करता है तो उसके लिए हमें encourage करना चाहिए. इवन पीयर सपोर्ट सिस्टम जहाँ पे अच्छा होता है वहाँ पे भी वो स्टूडेंट्स को हमें हेल्प करना चाहिए. और डिजाइनिंग क्लास सपोर्ट बिल्डिंग, जैसे आप स्कूल में क्लास तो बहुत एम्प्टी स्पेस है, आप कहाँ पोस्टर भी लगा सकते हैं जैसे हैप्पी लाइफ, हाउ टू बी लाइफ हैप्पीली, हैप्पी इमोज भी दे सकते हैं. सपोज जो ये सब करना इमोज भी देना चाहिए, इनकरेज भी हम बोलते हैं ना कि बेस्ट स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर करते हैं. स्टूडेंट ऑफ द ईयर ऐसा नहीं कि एकेडमिक परफॉर्मेंस में स्टूडेंट, सपोज किसने किसको सपोर्ट किया है, किसने लाइफ को भी चेंजेस किया है, तो उसको भी हम हेल्प करना चाहिए. टेक्नोलॉजी एंड मेंटल वेलबींग, वी मस्ट यूज टेक in judicious, have digital tools for students self care. We can importance monitor screen time monitor करना चाहिए, कौन कितना टाइम मोबाइल यूज करे. इवन जब हम होमवर्क दे रहे हैं हम कोशिश करें कि पेन एंड पेपर भी यूज करें, बट जहाँ पे आपको लगे कि मोबाइल का यूज कम हो सकता है, टेक्नोलॉजी यूज कम हो सकता है, बट टेक्नोलॉजी हैज टू बी यूज्ड judiciously so that it helps students. Developing a framework, जिसमें मतलब स्कूल का पॉलिसीज होना चाहिए, कोलैबोरेट विद द स्टूडेंट एंड टीचर्स, कोलैबोरेशन होना चाहिए. देखिए आपके पास हर टाइम मेंटल हेल्थ नॉलेज होगा नहीं होगा, बट देयर आर मेंटल हेल्थ प्रैक्टिशनर्स, उनके साथ कोलैबोरेशन करना जरूरी है। बहुत सारे एनजीओज भी है, वो भी सपोर्ट करते हैं एनजीओ के साथ डॉक्टर collaboration. Collaboration approach. We must have we must practice that in your school. But there are, so you can have partnership with us in your own area. Even there are NGOs in other cities. They may have alumni. You may have alumni, your ex-student, your former students who are doctors somewhere, who are also health practitioners. You can also through that we can address the mental health needs of students. So every child is different. So I think we can watch this video at the end. So with this, we'll end this session. So you can just glance to this video.
Countdown starts now. Pack your bags, book your kids. Enjoy the journey. Fly across India. Memories that last.
We could not see the audio video.
The session start. Speak in English. The letters are dancing. They're dancing, are they? Okay, then read the dancing letters.
Sir, video is not visible, sir. Please.
Not visible.
No.
Now the proper shot. Down and proper. Down and proper.
Yeah. Now we can.
Is it visible now? Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
So you can see the changes. What was there in the beginning and how it changes. You can tell me.
Read the sentence right. Now the front. Down proper. Down and proper. Nanda. Ishan Nand Kishore Avasthi
Yeah. So what is your what is your learning then? What you learn from?
for your flight bookings, not anymore.
Good morning, sir.
Sir, what kind of a difference can a teacher play in the life of a student? That's what is
Yes.
reflected.
Yeah. Anyone want to share anything?
Even though parents are not supporting the type of challenges students, teachers can make them into, take them into high positions if the teacher is a good at to estimate their talents and also their innate abilities. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. Anyone else?
Good morning, sir.
Yes.
Every
Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Yes, sir. So we have to see the how we can contribute, how we can best out the student. This video you might have seen how the teacher is focusing more on the pronunciation. He's focused on the academic achievement. But unless the teacher like Khan is there to he may not have the best. He's tried to take out the best out. He did the penciling. Even you can see how the ones crying, one of his friends. So the friend he has a good friend, unless such a good support, peer support, he might not have gone to the because the student, the friend, the friend is spending 8 hours in the classroom. So they have unless there is a good friend, so they cannot. So we have to have a good peer support system. We should have a good teachers. So we have to, as a teacher, we have to active not only the parent but also to record. So as a teacher, we have a huge role. I think you all are playing a good. You are all playing a lot, and you are doing a lot. So I think we should address mental health concerns in it. school. So thank you so much. If anyone has any doubt, they can also send me email address. This is my email address, and this is also my mobile number.
So good morning, sir.
Yeah.
This is TGT English from JNV, sir, NVS.
Okay.
So I felt very happy when you mentioned about NVS, that you are aware of the system of NVS.
Yes.
So
NPS. There are many students every year. They come in NCRT and they are enrolled the diploma course in guidance and counseling program of
Sir,
NCRT.
I need clarification regarding. So we always all these 3 days we have been talking about mental wellness, well-being, and all. And again and again, students should not be pressurized for academic achievements and all. But the unrealistic goal set by the organization, so compels us as the teachers, compels administrators, and to focus on academics only. Otherwise, we have to go for remedial work, remediation, and all these processes, which definitely it's not only but also the teacher under mental agony. So, as a policy, NCRT is playing a huge role dividing the policies, implementation of all these what you call initiatives. So, my humble appeal is, can we have some realistic, really, which will put emphasis on decrease in the stress, academic stress, and all these activities on the chain, really help the children to have a mental well-being, sir.
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
I think, you are academic should take academic well-being and mental well-being side by side. I think NBS also, Nabodaya Vidyalaya Samiti is also working for the mental well-being of the students. They are continuously sending teachers for training. They are also conducting workshops. So whether it is NBS, KBS, NCRT, they are on the same page. So I think your point is well taken, and I think NBA is also doing a lot of mental and this is even if you see the national education policy talks about holistic card now has come up. In holistic progress card, if you look holistic progress card of student, it not only talks about the academic well-being, it also talk about how they should be a good social well-being, how they can collaborate 21st century skills. If you talk 21st century skills, it talks about how to do collaborate, how to do problem solving. There is also critical thinking also there. So now the school system as a whole is coming towards the holistic development. When it talks of holistic development, it includes both academic, physical, social, and emotional well-being. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Good
sir.
morning. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
So this is Dr. Krishnam from KB NAL, Bangalore. What madam said,
Yes.
I just want.
Now you can show your face. Yeah.
I want to add into that. Until now, unless there will be option of pool of subjects of the student to choose. Like Ishan is very good in art, but only art is not necessary because they have to pass in a combination of subjects. So like say, they have to take 5 subjects, and all the 5 subjects they have to pass. So these are the necessary it becomes. And until and unless there will be a pool of subjects and the children have the option to choose from those pool according to their choice, and that kind of education system is being another important point, when the child is selecting the pool the subjects, even if it is possible, the parents should be well oriented so that they understand the attitude of their child at the very beginning, and they allow them. That's because we are on the ground. We face, Madam was telling, until unless finally you have to end up with the remedial classes and taking the class so that they can pass the exams so that they go to the next level. Thank you.
Very good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we can conclude, sir. Thank you very much for your
Thank you so much, sir.
presence online, sir. Our participants have really enjoyed, and the videos also. I think I have shared the PPT so that they can separately view once again.
Yes. Any doubt, they can also send my email. Send me email also.
Yeah. All the experts, we are separately making email, phone number, WhatsApp number, etc. Okay, we will be sharing. Thank you once again,
sir,
for supporting us. Thank you. So we will have a tea break now. Institute, the International Mother Tongue Day is also celebrating. All right, Mother. Here by 11:30, our next resource person has already arrived from Hyderabad. Thank you.
ಸರ್ ನೀರು ಬರಲ್ಲ ಸರ್.
ಅದು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇಲ್ವಾ? ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಕಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿರೋದೇ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅದೆಷ್ಟು ಕಲೆಕ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದಾರೋ ಅಷ್ಟೇ ಇದೆ. ತಿನ್ನೋಂಗೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ರೆಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇರೋದು ಗೊತ್ತಾಗಲ್ವಾ? ಬನ್ನಿ ಮಾತಾಡೋಣ.
ಮದ್ಯದ ಅಂಗಡಿ ವಿದ್ಯಾಭ್ಯಾಸ
I'm happy that we have got a working group member of Ministry of Education for Manodarpan. I have also got an opportunity to interact with her for the past 2-3 years. So once we requested Madam, then she has really agreed to come in person here. Though her daughters are appearing for the board examination, but even then, she was ready to come to RI and see you all. Basically, I think I request Nandana to provide a.
Good morning, ma'am. Good morning, participants. Once again, welcome you all after the tea break. We have with us Dr. Cynthia Douglas G. It's an absolute honor to introduce our esteemed guest, Dr. Cynthia Douglas G., a distinguished psychologist, researcher, and educator. She is currently serving as an assistant professor at the Department of Psychology, University College of Arts and Social Sciences, Osmania University, Hyderabad. With over a decade of experience in teaching, training, psychological counseling, and community intervention, Dr. Cynthia has played a crucial role in shaping the field of mental health and psychological education. She also extends her expertise at Sahayam, the Psychological Counseling and Wellness Center at Osmania University, where she provides mental health support and counseling services. Her contributions go beyond academia. She is an appointed member of the working group of Manodarpan and serves as a member of Committee of Experts for training teachers in early detection of mental health issues among children. Dr. Cynthia's research and work have had a profound impact on prison psychology, such as her PhD research on enhancing psychosocial skills of prison inmates for rehabilitation. She has also worked extensively as a guest faculty at Central Prison Cherlapalli, providing educational support to prison inmates, and has conducted suicide prevention workshops for various communities. Her commitment to social well-being is reflected in her collaborations with national and international organizations, including the Psychology Coalition at the UN, the Association of Humanistic Psychology USA, and the Society for Psychological Study of Social Issues USA. Dr. Cynthia is also an accomplished researcher and trainer, having been a master trainer under the National AIDS Control Organization and serving as a certified career mentor. Her numerous publications focus on mental health, resilience, and interpersonal relationships, making her a well-respected voice in the field of psychology. With her unwavering dedication to psychological well-being, education, and social reform, Dr. Cynthia continues to inspire and transform lives through her work. We are privileged to have you, ma'am, with us. The floor is yours.
So good morning to each of you. Well, an offline speaker. I'm so glad to be here at the RIE Mysore. And it just happened, Sir wanted us to be here as members of Manodarpan, the working group. And always we've been telling him probably next time. And I am currently on leave from work at my own department at the university, Department of Psychology. But it so happened that when Sir said, you're representing Manodarpan and it'll be nice if you can come in person, I said, okay, I will not say next time and probably be here in person. So that bit of introduction, I just want to tell you all that I am, when it comes to helping others, I think anywhere we are, we have to try and make a difference. When we do so, we actually work on ourselves, right? So when you're helping yourself, you make yourself a better person. You're working, you're actually impacting at least a minimum of 6 members, it says, research says. And what I'll try and do today is we'll keep this interactive. And I know there are people here from different cadre. Okay, we administrative side, and then teaching, and or maybe also research group. And what I would want each of us to do is just keep everything aside. I know this last day, you travel, lots of things which are happening. Just for an hour or so, I won't take too long. So while we are looking at it, I won't probably ask you to introduce yourself because this is your last day, but my first time with you all. So probably in between when you speak, right? If you can just tell your name and where you come from. And so I know this is how many regions are represented, sir? Places, all the southern, but how many? Yeah. So I think Andhra and Telangana, I heard a lot of Telugu happening, and then a couple of other languages too, Kannada and Tamil, and there are people attending online. So we welcome all of you. What we will do right now is, I just probably will play this, and do we have, yeah. So I was just looking at how you're, yeah, because we are saying consultative meet. What exactly is a consultative meet? You have been into so many meetings and workshops, conferences. I think once you're into your official work, this is more or less monotonous. It's a part of your work that you do, right? So when you say consultative, I mean, from Manodarpan's side, like even otherwise, I was just wondering, what is this term called consultative? Why didn't they have a conference or a workshop? Is there something else with this word? Anybody would want to just speak out? I can give you the mic. What do you mean by consultative? Uh-huh. So, okay. Some kind of a knowledge transfer happening. Yes, yes. Correct, correct. Because all of you are doing great work, right? And given to our roles, I'm going to come to that. We all have lots of things happening on the phone. People calling us from our workplace, from our home. Like we are into a myriad of, I mean, lots of things, a buzz which is there in our heads. But when we say consultative, actually we should thank Sir here, the RIE, Manodarpan, all of them in collaboration. They have facilitated something like this, and it's more of, I think I was just thinking of the seating arrangement also, even while I was sitting there. If it were because I'm more into counseling and therapy and that kind of intervention, consultation just doesn't happen like when you're sitting in a kind of a classroom setting. Of course, infrastructure wise we cannot move around, but I was just wondering if you could, I mean, are you seated beside somebody whom you know? Somebody made an effort to shuffle you all up? No, no. And this is the last day. We won't do anything. Don't worry. I won't ask you to. No problem. But I was just wondering if this kind of a seating arrangement, or I don't know where you're placed, if everybody is housed at RIE, or you're in, some places around in this particular, in Mysore. So how consultative is this consultative meet is what I was thinking. And before we can go from here, I'm not here to introduce something very new. This is something you know, but what are the best practices which are being done across the country? Of course, across the globe also is not a problem if we could sit and study and research a bit on that. But I come from a different background. I come from individual psychology, like individual counseling, right? One-to-one. We also do small group. We engage in bits and pieces of therapy. We don't do the entire CBT, but my PhD work was more to do with using certain techniques, right? So as and when possible, I mean, based on the topic which is given to me, I will try and discuss certain techniques, certain ways in which we can use these techniques. I don't know how many teachers are here. Any teachers, teaching faculty? Okay, all teachers, but different cadre, right? Like you've been there for some years. And anybody purely like principals, administration? Yeah. Okay, okay. And then sir, the one who's facilitating this also is. So when I say we, I don't know if you can put yourself in the teacher's place, because the topic which has been given to me is, yeah, the next slide you can actually go to. Teachers' role as mentors. Earlier it was given as facilitators. I think they felt facilitators is a term that needs to be changed. In fact, it helps us reading about the mentor, because even at work we are asked mentors for a smaller group of students. Right, at the university we are given a number of students and we are asked to be mentors, and we call them mentees. But where exactly did this word come from? Does anyone know? So I want to tell you a small story. This is, I mean, while I was looking at the root word of the term mentor, I believe in Greek mythology, right? There was a person, character named as mentor. Okay, when Homer was writing his epic poems, so there was Odysseus, a king. Yes, Odysseus was a king. He went to Ithaca to fight the Trojan War, right? Trojan War, I think we all know, right? So when Odysseus left to that place, he put mentor as in charge of his family, especially of his son Telemachus. He had a son called as Telemachus. Mentor was put in charge of Telemachus and the entire happenings at home. Okay, and when he went, I think it is around a good number of years, maybe 10 years or so. When he comes back to see that there is something different than what he thought it would be. I'll come back probably to the, to that in the end of my session. But mentor was actually a particular character, the name of a character, and mentor tried to do a good job, okay, working with Telemachus. So all that we are talking about today as part of mentoring, like the training, the goals we look at, and trying to drive the person to success, it is more than just being there. It's more than just facilitating. So Telemachus was there alongside mentor. Mentor was slightly an elderly, sagely person full of wisdom, and he tried to guide Telemachus all through. So this was, I was like literally intrigued by this, and I was thinking, oh, mentor is a name, mentor is a word, but then what mentor did well and did not do well is what we will try and see here. Okay, all through. So there is training, motivation. I think we put all that on the screen. You also give advice as necessary, but we don't bombard them. We don't direct them to a point where we make decisions, right? Whenever they look up to us, whenever they come for help, whoever it is, right? And if you're a mentor, just think of that mentor who once was given the opportunity of, just imagine we as teachers, we are given that opportunity of being there with those children, right? It's like the parents and the administration giving us the time and space to work on these kids. And if you can move to the next slide, please. And then this term called well-being. I think this is one word which has been used, overused, like we say, counseling, mental health, well-being, right? Because we are saying mentor and mentoring, and I was just looking at this, and then if you say well-being of students, I think the well-being of teachers also matters a lot. I'm just talking about the roles that we are all into. I have physically taken a break from work because I knew my body needed it. After a while, I was like shutting down. And then I said, if there is an opportunity, so I had to go and request, check if I can actually be on this particular leave, because all of us need to oil our lamps, right? That is not an opportunity given to everybody. We are in the rush all the while, but we also remember that if we are doing well, then we can help others well, as in the flame as such, right? In that little lamp would burn a little brighter, right? So it's important for us to oil our lamps as teachers if we are looking at helping someone else. So I was going to look at 4 points here. and of course many more, but I just put 4 here up on the slide, which I felt was important. Number 1 is the predisposition. Other terms, we also say diathesis, right? Like we all have some, we all carry certain disorders within us because we belong to certain families. We come from certain constitution, right? Like as in the liabilities and so on and so forth. So what is it that we carry into this world? Is there a predisposition? Okay, definitely there is, but are we aware of it? Say, for example, a person predisposed to being having a mental illness later in life. You know, the history, if you actually look into from both the mother and the father, we could have, we would be carrying certain predispositions into this particular world that we come in. And it's important that we realize, we recognize, and we work. But there are some we are not aware of, right? Unless and until something happens to us, some trigger point, some stressor as such. So it's important that we look at ourselves. You might be thinking, this is for us to be mentors to students, right? But I'm looking at well-being from both aspects. Like if you're able to look at yourself, you will also be able to look at what the child probably is carrying. Why one child adapts differently from the other? Why one child responds differently from the other child? And there is a term called frame of reference. Psychology folks would understand the Carl Rogers, right? And frame of reference. What I think is to me right now, okay, that's utmost important. Say, for example, a child has come to you. It is saying there is a issue with regard to the relationship. Because it's not that big in our frame of reference, you might say, but you're supposed to be studying. This is academics time. But for that person, in their frame of reference, yes, it's like a mountain. Beyond this, they're not able to think. It happens to us also, right? When we go to somebody with our issues and the other person says, no, not a big deal. What do we say? Right? We are all taken aback. So what happens within our frame of reference, how we relate to it exactly matters. So a little bit of empathy would actually, I mean, both on our part and also the students. Coming to the one that we play, I don't think we need to talk anything about that because we all know it, but whether you're able to manage them well or not, whether you need some time or whether you need to, do a check on if this is going fine or not. Is there something else that I would have to work on, right? And finally, adverse experiences. It could happen to us. It could have happened to us, right? There could be a trigger. Like for example, in counseling, when you're listening to a particular person, and then you're like, okay, sounds like my story. Could be a trigger, especially if it is a trauma-related adverse childhood experience. So there is some kind of a vicarious or a secondary trauma that you're taking, right? So these are some points that I would want to touch upon while we are looking at mentoring. Because when you say well-being, it is both the well-being of ourselves and of the students that we are catering to. So yeah, if you can just go to the previous slide. I tried putting a picture there. I'm not sure if you can see it, but there is a picture of all the senses. And I credit this source. This was one of our trainers who taught us that when you say the mind, when you say cognition, and when you say well-being, it is not one organ that we are talking about. You agree? Many people say it's the brain. Some say the heart. Some say the mind. Where is the mind? It's a big question. I think Germans from Greek time, right? Like from then they're discussing about what is this thing called the mind. And so it is like this. When you say well-being, right? And if you look at our body, we all have systems, right? Our body is a system of systems. And every system has an inlet and an outlet. But when it comes to the mind, when it comes to cognition, there is no particular one organ that we can, probably brain is the closest that we can think of. But it is also all the senses that we have to think about and put it together. That's why in today's session, when I say mentoring and well-being, I will be looking at different ways in which children can actually work on themselves, right? there are some pointers which have been given to me. If you can go to the next slide, please. These were the pointers which have been given to me by the team here, right? The organizing team here. But I would quickly go through probably the first 4, and 5 is where I would want to focus a little more, because I come from a different background. I come from slightly, I've seen in the little experience that we have, I've been fortunate, blessed to see not just students, but I'm also teaching at the university. At the Ambedkar Open University Center. I've been teaching from quite some time. Teaching as in whenever required, I go take a lecture, right? And I see there is much more than just, what we are actually doing. I think that's the place where people are yearning to learn, the waiting when a teacher will come and teach them or bring about something. So I'll just try and share my experiences in this. And while I do so, I would want you all also to interact, to speak up, and because we are saying consultative, and if we say so, that we would also tell that, hey, this is something nice that I think we are doing, or I heard so and so, and I have also studied some diet colleges, diets very closely, and I would also probably be sharing some experiences from there whenever I have visited, and what I have been observing. So number 1, it says, how can a teacher help in working around with school activities? And very importantly, just 3 things, that is art and craft we put together. If you say art, then sport and field visits. So quickly, while you're listening to me, if you can just think about what your institution does, right, with regard to art and craft, and what it does with regard to field visits or school trips. Why I think they have put it here is because when you say well-being, like I mentioned, it's a multifaceted thing, right? It's not a one particular organ, one particular system in our body that we can. So what are the ways in which students as such can engage themselves and work on themselves? So second one is liaising with parents. Third, what are the best practices for promoting mental health? It could be right here in this region. It could be across the country. And like I mentioned, it could be across the globe as well. How can one collaborate with SSGs and NGOs, right? And finally, how do you individually mentor and support students in their own well-being, right? So number 1, you can move to the next slide, please. Coming to, Csikszentmihalyi was a psychologist from Hungary, right? The very difficult to pronounce spelling that he has. It's actually Mihai Csikszentmihalyi. Now this person worked on, Csikszentmihalyi worked on flow and flow state. Okay, flow as in, we get so engrossed in what we are doing. We get so engrossed in what we are doing, and that actually brings us to forgetting all about our present conscious state, and it helps us unwind. It cleanses us from within. Okay, Csikszentmihalyi states this when he's explaining the term called flow, a flow state. And I think there is a flow game also in prison. I've seen my supervisor making prison inmates work on this flow game. Or play this flow game. So I'm not sure if you can do that with your groups, but for us, what are those things that we can help the child encourage? It could be hundreds of it, but I'm just going to talk about 3, right? CP also has come up with a manual, in fact, a report. And I think Dr. Anjum Sibia was here. She was talking online, right? Yeah. So under her guidance and leadership, at the NCRT, there was this particular manual which had come forward, and they spoke about art, different types of art, and what is happening in India and what else we could do, right? Future prospects. So here I would just, if you can just go to the next slide, please. Too tiny, not visible. If you, I'll leave with you. At least to me. looks tiny, but then if you get, I probably get there. So I just to highlight what is being put right there in the middle. We all purpose of art, like I mentioned, it brings us into a state of flow. We forget, and Picasso was one person who mentioned art washes away from the soul the dust of everyday life. And while we are living, there is so much of dust, right? Dust, as in not literally, but it cleanses us from within, is what I would want to mention. And some things that I have noticed while I was reading about this is, I mean, those from Telangana would know about the every month, third Saturday is the no bag day. Okay, okay. Very good. And so, yeah, thank you. So it was initially started as 10 days a year. From the 220, they wanted to have 10, and every third Saturday. So what do you do on this third Saturday? Is it structured? Is it probably?
Actually, it was not structured, that no rules, ma'am. Actually, they can do bala sabas. They can do with this art and craft programs, sports. Children recreate their play games. They play carom, chess, like that, and some may paint. At of the evening, they may assemble like some bala sabas and mock parliament like this. And after children can perform their talents like singing, elocution, and monaction, drama, all this we can connect.
Thank you. Thank you. So is that the same thing which happens in all the places? Probably not, right? We do it in different ways. Yes, you can share, please. Yes.
We too have something like that. We have 6 hours, 10 minutes, ma'am. Actually, 4 hours. We have 2 hours each, like on rotation. It's drawing, craft. We also invite pottery. We have pottery making, and we have club activities actually on these no back days. And even film shows, field trips, all this we take up during this no back days. Other than what sir said.
Right. Yes. I'm talking about, no problem. Yeah. Uh-huh. Agree. Yes.
For example, today physics exam, 12th standard
Yes,
physics
yes.
exam.
I have
Since morning,
supplement. Yes.
75% PI is expected from our organization. That means every student has to score 75 and above marks in each and every subject, apart from 100% results. We have so many activities, so many things going on, so many programs, so many workshops, so many teachers. Every day a mela. Some teachers are going some workshops, some teachers are going for some training, some activities.
And
But
you're
at
so
the end of the day,
yes.
so stressed, man. Let me say all proper admission
real. The stress is real. That's why I started from there. Because we as teachers have a load. We as administrators, I mean, we are doing so many dual, 3 roles, 4 roles, multitasking, 10 roles. You get calls every other minute. Your phone has to be on, right? And then despite all of it, be participating in something like this and listening to all that we are saying. But I mean, feel free. Okay, this is when you say consultative, I think it is where we come out, we share. What you said is right. Unless and until at the policy level, there is an option, right? We have NEP 2020, we have holistic progress card, we have so many things which are happening. But is there an option for I'm talking about the normal average IQ group, right? Is there something that we could do differently? That is what I want you all to think. If there is art, if there is craft, how long should it be? Okay, and what else could we do different? As in, how can I bring, how can I teach about a physics concept using art and craft? That is where our creativity actually comes in, right? Like, but I totally understand because I'm also into teaching. Like, if you're given the time and space to think creatively, otherwise, if you're not able to sit at one place, we're all running behind one thing. Sorry,
Madam, in NVS structure,
you don't have to be correct. Yes.
in
yes.
NVS structure, you might be having awareness about NVS. It is a co-educational residential school located in the remote corners of the districts. So we take the children as a bagless days to nearby potters, nearby bamboo craft makers, and from morning till evening, they'll be allowed to be there with those people, artisans, and minor things they observe, how difficult the art and craft, getting into artisans and all those things they learn. So through that value education, and also we give them exposure to different lives of the artisans also.
Right.
Bagless days.
Yeah. So when what you're saying is right, ma'am. And I am aware of NVS, especially there in Nalagandla, we come to. Yeah. So it's not off late, but Dr. Anusuya was there, and yeah, we would actually come there. What I'm trying to bring about here is art and craft. If you actually put it that way, sport, I think you know enough. You're conducting those competitions, those in-house, inter-school, collegiate, and university level also we do conduct. And I mean, if you can just quickly go to the next 2 and 3 slides, I will leave this with you all. The second slide, please. Oh, just a moment, because we spoke about the no bag day and all that you're doing. I was also wondering if you know of this KV in Ranipet, in Vellore. You're in touch with them? Yeah. You know what they're doing? They're trying to bring in art and craft and trying to teach a concept about out of it in a different way. I think probably when you go back, please browse and read about them. I couldn't put the particular competition for teachers you had, and look at that. She teaches her subject through art. So it's not like art I show on Saturday, I take them out. Of course, it is time. We think time is lost because for us, academics and art is like, but how do we amalgamate both? What about academics integrated, education integrated? You are all doing, yeah. Yes. So are we giving any marks for it? I have my children going to schools, and one is in a mainstream school. I have my little one who is more or less in a homeschooling kind of a setup. Till 7th standard, they do not have the marks. The marks I'm talking about, the 100 on 100 or the GPAs we talk about. And he puts his own sticker. There is a progress card there. He puts a sticker on it. The supervisor looks at it. Till 7th standard, that's how they are moved. Yes, yes. And I'm from Hyderabad. Right there, I've seen that there are 8 schools which have competitions with regard to English and singing and vocab and mathematics. and their booklets are as thin as, thinner than your notepads. They don't have to carry them every day. They have a desk, they leave it there. This is one-to-one education, but given to the fact we come from, how many students in one class, please? Reduced. But trust me, one teacher, even for 40, if one teacher has to deal with 40, and then we have inclusion, yes or no? Right? It's not easy. If you have 2 kids at home, you know how much drained you are. Even one. Yes. Yes. Report. And half the time goes, I totally understand. I am there, I mean, in the field, if you want to say. We're all in the field now. And we're all sharing our concerns as to how is it that we will do. Right? I probably, if you can just check about, I'm not saying you are not doing a great job, not at all, but probably if you can look at, sorry? Yes. I think that's where we have to, I mean, even administrators have to be more creative, as in, why I'm saying this is, we do spend a lot of time in, I'm not sure if you want to say clerical work, something where an assistant should be probably monitoring, doing everything. And there is so much of technology which is involved. I mean, emails, sorry? Why can't we get it here? I was talking about this in a particular meeting where, totally. Why shouldn't we have it? Why should we not have it? Initially it was like, I'm too young to be a particular teacher, and I'm like, why should we strain ourselves? Why should we, like you mentioned, bring about a report in the format that is some number of years old? If you're saying technology, if you're bringing in a lot of things, why not apply it to teachers as well? Because I began with it. If we are mentally doing well, we will be able to pass it on to students, people around in our homes, in our schools, anywhere, right? Probably you should note these points and also gather them, give them to Dr. Anil, and we'll try and see how it works, because we are supposed to be meeting on a regular basis. Even with Manodarpan, we do this. And what is that something, that novel aspect that we can bring in? Right? Traditional reports, traditional things that we are doing over and over, and it's draining us, even as facilitators, as mentors, right? And we are not able to do our job well, probably because, this particular thing can be simplified. Yes. And use technology to have a database. I'm not saying you're not. You're doing a wonderful job at the administration level also, but why don't we bring new waters in? Why don't we bring new techniques in and make it very simplified? Is there a particular, yes. Oh yes, forms. But even in that, every time that you ask, right, it should be readily available to them. They should not be asking us again and again, because you're stressed with all that we are doing already, right? We totally get that. So where is it that we can bring about some kind of a change? Even if I'm evaluating how I'm using the art and craft, how I'm using sport, how I'm using even our third field visits, right? Theoretically, we know it all. I just want to share one thing. There is the DG of prisons, right? And the erstwhile DG, and he brought about this thing called sports meet in prisons. Okay. And it was happening on a very different kind of a basis. But knowing that sport will help you with your aggression, okay, impulsiveness, your coping styles, it will actually, again, we're talking about the entire senses and the well-being, right? He said, don't have too much of a competition within. Because first of all, within those places, even in schools, if you see, even in colleges, the students, they are supposed to win. They are supposed to win and do their best. Here also, you're saying 75% is a pressure, right? So what he basically did was, he had meets, okay, sports meet, and he said, I would want to see how much of cooperation a person shows. how much of, yes, team spirit, negotiation skills. He was seeing something which was not generally seen, because the winning team is given the cup or the medals, right? Then what about the others? So we're not looking at a cup. So he didn't have a cup as such. He didn't have, some big things that we are giving. And he was actually literally sitting there and noticing. I was like, this man, I mean, he knows it. He is like, I have also gone through, it's from another nation. I have just gone through the report card, so-called evaluation summary of a kindergarten student. Okay, it is better than our TOEFL and GRE evaluations. It's like a teacher literally sitting. So there is why when can that happen? When the teacher-student ratio is very less, or you're giving that autonomy for the teacher to probably not use a number-based progress card number. The moment you bring numerals, the moment you say first, second, third, there comes the problem. So if I use art, if I use craft, if I have the liberty to give marks for that, and probably again not conduct an exam for it. Okay, I think very soon we will probably have something in those lines and have our own stickers. Our children do their evaluation, and we will be called not as teachers but supervisors for those classes, right? You will be teachers, but then probably just supervising, because if you're saying mentoring, mentor did not sit there and tell you eat this, you do this, okay, he was literally not after Telemachus' life. He just directed. He said, you're doing great, you're doing a wonderful job. You want to share something? Yes. A grievance or no problem? No problem. Yes.
No grievance.
Yeah.
Initially, I started my career as an art teacher, almost 15 years
Great.
in reputed public schools and then private schools. Of course, now changes are taking place. Those days, whenever there is any PTM is conducted, children, they would request their parent, come, please come, let's meet our art teacher. Hey, kya chal? Art teacher se kya milna hai?
Correct.
This used to be the attitude of many of the
Earlier.
parents those days. But of course, these days, parents, they are well educated, they understand their children, they understand understand their skills, and they are encouraging these days. That was the reason I shifted to subject. I was just +2 with a diploma. And then I have done nearly 5 post-graduations. And then I came into KVS as PCT English, and then it's a different story. So we were so neglected. Art teacher, physical education teacher, whereas a lot of importance could be given.
Yes.
Of course, people say you should have made put efforts. But still, now, of course, there are many changes. We could see among the parents and students also. They take hobby classes. So it really improves imaginative power.
Yes.
Children visualize a lot, which is missing these days because of this mobile phone.
Yes.
Thank you.
I think I didn't want to use the word at all, because that's another thing altogether. Thanks for sharing, sir. In fact, my eldest, if I can share, I know this is on live, but then he is a music prodigy. And from 3rd year onwards, he plays almost every instrument, almost every. And when I say that, it is a God-given talent. We didn't do anything for it. All we did is buy him a drum kit. But he has to finish his 10th standard. He has to do 5-6 subjects. He has to do language. We have a tutor for language. So is there an option? Is there a way? If we are saying Howard Gardner's theory of multiple intelligences and still having these, we are not saying no, but yeah, probably he should be able to, any child like this, any child, even otherwise, having art, craft, a tilt, right, towards music, why cannot that be given equal, weightage, I would say. It should not be like, these 3 exams are not even exams. And then the main exams will come. And then he will be scored on English, languages, mathematics, still social studies. What about the other 3 exams? What about the 4? And value education, ethics. if he doesn't clear there, and I have seen some schools wherein value education, only 2 lessons they give, and they say you study this and come. And they get 100 on 100 or 98. I think it should be the other way around. Yes, because I'm not undermining the other subjects as such. You get that, but if we, as where if you're able to put in a word into policy making, right? How can you do it? How can you do? This is a consultative meet. If you say that this is what we have, because there will be representations which are made, right? There will be other Manodarpan individuals also, representatives who will be after this gathering and discussing. So I am actually here to bring in that point, and probably I totally resonate with what you all are saying. And something like this, when we say we are trying to bring in a shift, a paradigm shift, probably a little work from our end would be, this is what is being done, why not? So probably after this, like we have conference proceedings, right? We will also have to write these proceedings, we have to list them, and you should be in touch with Dr. Anil Kumar and probably give one point from your end, like feedback, right? When you say feedback form, it's a quick tick for all excellent, but then maybe one note that you can put in that will be taken seriously. Maybe just one point and then we'll go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, I studied from this institute, ma'am. I was here for 6 years.
Mm-hmm,
I did my 4 years of BSc Ed. Whatever that they are talking about, the skill development and things like that, those days, we were under tremendous pressure as far as our ordinances are concerned, like getting marks are concerned.
Yes.
At the same time, we had a lab session. We had one lathe mission where we were making a hammer, we were making agarbatti stand with wood.
Wow.
Work experience. Yeah, in graduation and post graduation. I don't know why they removed it. Now it is not found in the curriculum here also.
Why did they remove it?
Yes. I still have that hammer that I made. I use it at home. You
Look
all
at that.
made it?
Look at that. I think you use the hammer
And
more
the
than
shift
you
in
use
curriculum. The shift in curriculum should be for a betterment.
Right.
I do agree that you have to go ahead with AI and all that. But at the same time, this kind of a skill to make a carpenter, to make a person who will work on a lathe machine, that is also very important.
Correct. Totally agree, sir. That's why I spoke about Cheeksen Mihai, who said it's not just the numbers that you get in academics. If you're saying the child should be less stressed, should have good mental health and well-being, I think 100 on 100 on these papers is most required. Please make notes in your feedback form, and we will definitely take that seriously. At least we are here in person to see that there is something out of the consultation that we are having. Thank you. I keep in mind all the sharings that you have made. I know lots of people would want to share probably, but because of paucity, I'd be moving forward, right? Maybe the next slide, please. You can skip this. Yeah. What about the school trips that you have? Okay. So do you ever take them to an orphanage or a destitute home? Is there a possibility for you to take them to a juvenile observation center? We have observation homes, right? At Hyderabad, we have it in Saidabad, in near Chanchalguda.
I was at Siddipet in Telangana.
Okay.
We made it a point to invite these orphanage children to our annual day functions,
That's so
sports
nice.
day functions.
Yes.
There was a competition between our children and their children, those children.
Now,
Right, that was like it was prizes were given. Oh, like to make them feel that they're part of us.
Yeah, I think
So-
that little bit should be in brackets, but
Yes, yes,
I
yes,
definitely
ma'am.
go with what you're saying.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
right. So taking our kids, I literally take my children. So my eldest one, especially because I'm sharing about that, he tries and teaches music to those children who can't afford to go and learn. Okay, so no, this is something that I'm sharing. You would be doing those 1, 2, 3 things differently. I want you all to share that on paper and put it across. Okay, because even to teach one essay, 7 sisters, right? To teach those 7 sisters, Northeast, that was an answer. To teach him, it took me very long. Then I was wondering, can we make a jingle out of it? Put some music. And till today, he knows. Yeah, we use mnemonics, right? But for him, in a musical format, I had to. So he remembers that till because his brain is wired that way. Then we are teaching him number 1 is this, 2 is this, and you take endless time and he doesn't learn it. But then you put a jingle, you try and so I think we all have to spend some time with ourselves and just think what are those 1, 2, 3 things I can do. Stress reducing. I think probably reality check is it's not really going to happen. You can take some time off, but still you have to go back. You agree? You can come on maybe a 3-day workshop or a consultative meet like this. You still have to get back to reality. But from here, what is it I want to give? What is my input and what is my takeaway? I think those maybe just 3 points, 5 points, if you still carry and if you can work on it, and you will be in touch with each other, right? Even otherwise. Yes, you will be meeting later also like this. So how did I progress? What did I do? These are the 3 things. These are the 4 things that I actually picked from here. I'm going to do differently and move on. You can go to the next slide, please. Juvenile homes are in fact calling for individuals to come and help them with their little missions that they have, little programs that they have. Are we equipped enough to take some individuals, some children of ours, not everybody again, because what triggers them, what doesn't trigger them, we don't know, right? So especially if they've had some trauma in their life, some abuse and so on and so forth. What about parents? I think liaising with parents. Okay. How is the PTM like? If you have 40 students and if you have 1 day, I think 1 to 10 is on 1 day, right? Like you slot it into days. But what about the parent who doesn't come? What about the negligent parent? Do you take the time? Do you tell them very politely that you should also be present in their lives? Because negligent parenting, I have seen.
You tell them that we are coming home, then they'll certainly come. Do it.
I know.
We do it.
And especially, we have residential schools here also, right? Like, yes, representations from, yeah. And even otherwise, I'm talking about people like, yeah, JNV is envious basically. So there are certain schools, even back there, where we try and bring in some of our students to go and do their field work. So when they observe the children, they have noticed that they've told them certain stories about their own parents, the traumas that their own families are going through, the negligent parenting. Sometimes the parent is there, physically there, but on their gadget, on their phone, or onto something else. And sometimes I'm also at guilt because I'm a parent and I'm like thinking about my own kids. We are teaching such wonderful things to everybody when it comes to our own lives, right? Like, can I make a difference? Can I spend an extra half an hour? Think about. So what I did the other day is I bought my child this little clay pottery wheel, and after a while, because the mess that it creates, we're like, no, we don't want to use it. And then I was wondering, Cynthia, you're telling this to people around you and you're not allowing him. So I was like, okay, buy another few more packets of clay. It's okay. Let him just mess up the place. We'll put some sheet underneath. He goes and takes a bath afterwards. Because if we can try and do it in our own homes, see, these are tested measures, right? Bring them to school. Bring them to school, but not have it an all-day program. Try and integrate that with curriculum. If it's not integrated with curriculum, if you're not able to give marks for it, if it's not marks, if you're not able to give those stickers to them, right? I think it should not be a part at all. Probably next one, please. I won't go too much into this because I have a little time left, and especially for my last important points on mental health and well-being. Best practices, I think we were just discussing. There are peer support groups, right, for bullying and lots of things which basically happen, and you're there in the field, right? Each of us knows. And go to the next part, please. Probably this I will come back, or should we just do it now? SHGs and NGOs. SHG, self-help groups, and NGOs. Yeah, NGOs. I was talking about certain diets, right, whom we were observing very closely. And what they basically do, And there was one excellent group which was, if I'm not wrong, working on organic farming. I mean, I've observed them very closely and I've seen their students participate and how beautifully well they were doing what they were doing and how they were trying to make a difference, you know, in being sustainable and efficient in what they are doing, right? Can any one of you here share one practice that you think is a best practice? How did you collaborate with any SHG or an NGO? I have some examples from my end, but before I probably give it to you.
Ma'am, earlier I was working in Kerala, and there we had an NGO who were collecting rice for the underprivileged, like below poverty line. So what I did, I was into the scouting and guiding movement. So what I did, orupidi ari, like a fistful of rice. So what the students do is just every day a fistful of rice, they put it in a handkerchief. And on Wednesdays, we have the scout and guide meeting. So my guides go to each class, like some of them, and they bring different types of rice. So what I did, I bought buckets of different buckets for different rice, and the children used to, the girls of 8th and 9th, they would go and collect from each class and they would put it. And this NGO, they used to come on the second Saturdays, and they would make a bundle of 10 kgs, and then we, along with children, we used to go to this areas. It means we had selected some areas where there were people who really needed these things. So we used to go there and give it to them. That was one thing. And in Thrissur, in the medical college, there were 9 children under the age of 10 who were affected by AIDS. So with my scouts and guides and also teachers, what I did was that they needed protein-rich food. So what I did was collected green grams, nuts, whatever the teachers could bring. They said, we would give you money, you buy. I said, no, you bring them. And on the third Saturdays, they come to the medical college. So we collect all this and go and distribute it to the parents there. They were all below poverty line. They couldn't afford much of protein-rich food for their children. So we used to go and give it to them along with the children. So they too felt pride in helping these children. So these are some things what we did along with the NGOs.
Shall we give her a hand? I think anything, maybe one more. Is there someone from Mahbub Nagar Diet who's here? Yeah. What is it you do differently, sir? There, I heard of something. With regard, I mean, SHGs, NGOs initiation.
One scientist is there, madam, Bhanu Prakash. I am teaching there, EVS I am teaching there. For that purpose, he belongs to an NGO group, NGO, and he
I think NIN.
used.
Yes. Yes.
Huh?
Yes. NIN.
Bhanu Prakash. He used to made practical materials. He comes along with mobile lab to government diet. And we did so many experiments, so in many times, madam.
Thank you.
And so many activities we will participate in so many activities. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for
madam.
sharing. Anything else with, shall we give him a hand? It's for the entire effort that they're making. I think for each of you all.
And another Tech Mahindra group is also interested to come to Mahabubnagar Diet, madam, to take a part. They were Sravanti madam, Science Academy.
Okay.
She is also interested. In this month or next month, she will come.
Right.
Okay, madam, to educate our diet students. Okay, madam. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I've gone there and I've seen that there is some different kind of a leadership. I'm not saying it's not, sorry, I have not been there to your places, not giving you all the mics to share your stories, but some little collaboration which was done very creatively, very differently. And there would be one or two people who are very passionate about what they're doing, and they would try and come and say, okay, this is the proposal we want to make. And there's so much of paperwork around it, right? Like, but if you can tap the right source, if you can have a collaborative effort, okay, definitely, I think that just try. Not that you all are not, but something differently, if you're able to do it, I think it's like a spark. You know, you don't have to do much when it's lit. And we have a response from the online group also. Yeah, somebody who's participating. Is it Miss Elizabeth Phillip? Vocational subjects should be introduced parallelly with the main subjects, agree. This will enable students to take up their skill subject and master in it. For several years, the project I give to you, to class 11 students to visit old age homes. Wow. And spend meaningful hours with them. At the end of the visit, I witnessed so many emotional moments from the students and the people there, the inmates as well. Shall we give them a hand? So there is need, right? If you can tap that, and if you can get the student into a state of flow, if you're able to help that happen, or if you're saying, okay, no bag day, let me just, I'm not saying, you know, because we are pressurized to also do the no bag day. And sometimes there is competition. How are we doing and how is the other institution doing? What's happening there? Yeah, agree? And then if you just put that aside for a while, like the horse with the blinds on, is there some kind of a mentoring which is done on my part? Right?
Excuse me, madam.
Yes. Who is that?
Telangana State, Nizamabad district.
Mm-hmm.
Then Collector Dr. Yogita Rana.
Mm-hmm.
She supported a lot Arpan Boys, which is situated away from Nizamabad to that Dichpalli Mandal.
Orphan boys, you say?
Arpan Boys.
Urban boys?
Who have no parents.
Yeah, so orphan.
Only boys. And she has supported a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Under Samagra Shiksha, Sudhakar Rao sir has also taking care of these boys now.
Right.
And still it is going on. Now she has become the Principal Secretary Education, Government Education, Dr. Yogita Rana.
Yes,
Still
the
she is
name is-
visiting, still she is visiting Dichpalli Mandal, Nizamabad, which is away from the city 15 kilometers. See, this is like not NGO, not SHG, but a different feeling she generating towards the boys.
Yes, yes, yes. Thank you. Thanks for sharing. Yes.
Good initiative, best initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, at the at the university we have Voice for Girls, we have Youngest Son Foundation. I think even at school level, where they come and do a wonderful job. And you know, attendance is something. If you send students on a 10-day field trip, and attendance 10 days is gone, right? So we had to do something there. We had to like probably count them in terms of their attendance and probably help them to write a report on that and evaluate it and give them some allotted marks for it also. Thank you for sharing. In fact, there will be each one of us who has a niche, or I would say more than a niche, it's more of a passion, right? That you would be wanting to do. If you can tap that, resource, not make your that particular day just like that. A little bit of creativity, a little bit of effort, a little more. But please oil your own lamps as well. Do not burn out, right? Because if you know you're on the verge of it, tomorrow nobody's going to say anything. They'll say, they should have addressed it. They should have known their predispositions. They should have known their diathesis. They should have managed stress, right? But they probably have a replacement also. But then, where is it I need to probably pause a little, take a break, work on myself, see what are those 1, 2, 3 things that I can do. You're doing a great job, but how can you do it differently? If you're doing a great job, put it in the list of best practices. See that it's, you know, it's there, and like you're sharing here. I would just want to come to the last bit, please. Yeah, the next slide. So there are, I mean, individually mentoring. Say, for example, there is telemarketers. There is a person and mentor is there sitting individually. Now, tell me, what are those things that you need some form of help on? And it's important for us to keep ourselves abreast about the individual and specific schemes that the government is coming about, right? Because we all belong to certain states, we belong to India. So sometimes, teachers, when we speak to them, they're not even aware that there is a scheme like this. Oh, is it so? And only because they came to a particular place and heard someone doing something about it, they're like, I think I should work on it. They go back, read. Okay, no worries. But then very importantly, do I know enough of what's happening? Where is it that I can go and connect? Probably with individuals, like you mentioned, somebody who's not actually an NGO person, not actually an SH, right? Individual collaboration is happening, individual specific. So there was this particular manual, okay, which actually like a handbook, I would say. All that was happening thus far was one thing, but COVID, I think, propelled mental health into the front seat. I don't know if it is still there in the front seat or back in the dicky, but then at least COVID, right, for some time, it was like, oh, there is anxiety, there is depression, there is substance use. I mean, people who were stuck in their homes, right? There's also domestic violence, if you actually saw. So we came up with a modular handbook for teachers, because these are the grassroots. I mean, you're actually spending at least a minimum of 6 hours each day. Online is not spending at all. To me, I know what happens in an online session, right? But then because online teachers joining is different, but students joining to learn, I mean, you can't expect, right? But then I'm talking about in a classroom, if a person is really spending time with you, right? And you will be able to see certain signs. And those signs were very nicely put forward, and they were put in that particular manual, which is available. And you're aware of it? Shared already? If it is shared, if you can take some time, because not mental health is a very touchy topic, because people will come and say, I want to pray about it. I would say definitely pray about it, but what if it doesn't go? Because if it's a heart problem, you should pray about it, but you also go to the doctor, right? Like if it's not working, I mean, it's not that the prayers don't work, right? But there is something, because we see people, they tie certain amulets and they come and say at the counseling center, I was on medicine, I was on counseling, I have tied this because my Bama, my grandmother had asked me to tie, and she said, why at this age are you going for counseling? And counseling is for everyday issues, not very deep-rooted issues. There is psychotherapy for it, right? But when the person is having psychiatric issues, that is when a counselor is actually spoken to. Because trust me, how many would want your name, such and such an institute or organization is having an issue with such and such a kid? You don't want that to be put forward, right? Like, so generally, when do you bring counselors in? When do you bring psychologists in? When do you bring psychiatrists in is a big question. But we as teachers, because we are observing this on a day-to-day basis, and you would have seen some generations of students, if I'm not wrong, from your joining date till date, I mean, from that day till now, you would have seen a paradigm shift in how students are able to work on their stress levels. Agree? Panic attacks, crying, screaming, shouting, blacking out in exams, right? The kind of relationship issues they have, the kind of house arrests, suicidal ideation, right? We get calls, and what is it that we can do? So if you're looking at it from a mental health perspective, there is probably the next one, next slide, please. I would spend time here a little, maybe a little before we close. I know 1 o'clock is the time you have to go. So though there are counselors and teachers to respond to changes, 5 important points, if you can just keep in mind: sleep, appetite, weight. Number 1, sleep, appetite, weight, WEIGHT, substance use, suicidal ideation. Okay, so these 5 things like sleep, appetite, weight, substance use, and suicidal ideation. Apart from it, today's addition is screen time. Excessive screen time versus first we are giving the gadget. Then we are allowing him or her to sit inside the room with the door locked. Okay? Sorry? We are giving the screen. We are giving the gadget. Then next level is he can sit inside the room, lock the door, right? Put the latch and then when do you come to a counselor? He is not coming out of the room. For how long? Don't know, madam. He's been doing like this from some days. Some issue which is supposed to be handled at behavioral level is now become clinical, and that's it. And that child is our student. That child, thankfully, probably, hopefully, is not our child. Even if it were our own child, I think we would have a little more. Because today, if you're talking about doing something, and then parents would also come in like, what is it you're doing, right? So I'm talking about not just giving something. You're also gone to a level where the child gets into a different kind. It's more or less an addiction, a non-substance based addiction. The wiring in the brain is already set. You take the gadget off. I've seen in the counseling center, one child has come with an iPad. You try to just talk to the child, remove the iPad, he's banging on on that desk like that. Now, that is a clinical issue. Can it be sorted in the counseling room? Behavioral aspects, yes, to an extent. A mild cognitive one, yes. But if it's already there, it is set, right? You take the particular gadget away and you see what it goes. I think we can speak an hour or two or the entire day on this. But then, how do you see, how do you observe? Sleep, appetite, weight. Substance use, suicidal ideation, nobody will tell. More or less, they won't say, yes, I'm on drugs. Or they will come and say, yes, I want to kill myself. Mostly no, unless they trust you so much. Unless they trust you so much. And if you're a teacher, if we are teachers, we are doing dual roles, right? Teacher has to look into something like this. A counselor has to look into, can I trust? What if the administration asks, what about my confidentiality? We have done that one statement, right? If there is harm to self or others, I might have to speak about this to somebody else. Okay, so there comes a big question of how do we observe? How do we observe? And if I observe, should I bring them out in a classroom and say, now I have observed this in you, or speak to me after the class, right? Already there is stigma, and then we are adding to the woe. So if we are saying mental well-being, right? We all know the definitions very well. It's not the absence of any. Yes, it's not just the mere absence of disease. There is something more to do. It's more about balancing, right? That's what we were talking about all this while. And how do we do what we do in the right manner? And I also spoke about predisposition. So never be like judgmental. This person is doing wonderfully well. Look at them. You are not able to, for little things you're crying. Why are you excessively fearful? Depression in children shows generally in the form of fear. Excessive fear, excessive crying, scared of darkness, scared of some particular, object, thing that they, even in cartoons, right? They would have seen something and they. So please understand that a child who is, left by himself or herself, and then, is your student today. We talk about negligence. We talked about also. I think I should mention. Sorry, there are parents who have issues themselves. They are coping, okay, either with substance or with violence or aggression, and the children from their homes become children with adverse childhood experiences. So they are a different bundle. You can't treat them. They look very. They would look very similar, but when they are in our class, right? It's important for us to give them that extra care. But otherwise, it'll be like this teacher said something. That's why they did this to themselves. That's known as the precipitating factor, right? So it's important for us to check the at-risk group. At-risk group and also at-risk stage. I think, teenage, I don't think I have to speak much on it. It's like the brain under construction, right? So how we are going to deal, there's so much of buzz in their heads, and how we are going to deal with them. Anything that we say to them, because you're stressed, if you say something, and that would be the precipitating factor for them to go and engage in something else. So what is, apart from sleep, appetite, weight, substance use and suicidal ideation, it's important for us to check levels of abuse within their homes. Not everybody comes up and tells, but if they are showing you signs and symptoms, what could be those signs and symptoms, please? Excessive crying, restraint, yes, restraint or withdrawal. Then today's children, once upon a time it was restrained from eating, but there is also what is known as binge eating and overdoing. It's gone to the other side. It's not just insomnia, hypersomnia, excessive sleeping, right? It's gone to the other side altogether. So what are those triggers? What are those symptoms, in fact, I can identify? And I quote my teacher when she taught us 3 things when we were studying psychology. She said, intensity, frequency, and duration. What is the depth of the symptom? How disturbed is the person or the child? Frequency, number of times the child you're observing that kind of a symptom. Duration is the time period. If you can just note down. And where do you note down? Do you have a mentor's diary? Or do you have any diary like that for yourself? Teacher's diary, you cannot. Yes. Okay. Observations of the students, right? With different behavior. So generally, I think I'll probably come to that towards the end. But before that, one word on referral directory. You please make a referral directory for yours. You might be saying, but I know where to send, where to go, because this person generally comes to my institution, organization, and I would want that person only. But if you know that it's not working well, right? Because example, I'm taking an example, if there are psychiatrists and if they're on your panel at the university, there is University Counseling Center, and we have a psychiatrist whom we can just close our eyes and refer to, as in, if medication is not required, the psychiatrist will not give. You agree? I mean, do you know anybody like that? Generally, the moment the person comes in, at least for symptom elevation, medicine is started, right? But where do we take our students to? We hope not to psychiatrists, but even before we get to anything like that, at the primary level, what is it that we can do? Observe their sleep, appetite, weight, suicidal ideation, and substance use. These 2 things, last 2, need specific training. And we also conduct suicide prevention programs. I just mentioned about the 3A there: ask, appeal, and assist. Asking the question whether or not to ask. What are the warning signs? I'm done. Oh yeah, we can solve it. Maybe for half an hour or so, yeah. I'll close it here because from the beginning we have been giving the mic and maybe 5 minutes and then if it's studio, right? We ask you to come with me. Thanks. Yeah. So coming to suicidal ideation, warning signs and how to look at it, we'll probably, we have just 5 to 10 minutes, 5 minutes to wind up. But warning signs broadly can be something which is visible and something which is because of a situation. That means loss of job, loss of such and such a thing for the family, right? Sometimes coping with grief, not wanting to live. So it could be some verbal sign that they are giving us, or sometimes some situational kind of a sign. And that is when you see that particular sign, it's better we ask. And second, when you say appeal, we appeal as to we urge the person to stay alive, as in talk to us and don't be like, I will give you the solution for this, it probably can't happen, right? But appeal to them that we are here to help you work on yourselves. It might not finish in one particular session. And to every person whom I engage in counseling, I also give this a particular suicide prevention helpline number. There are lots which are there across the nation, but we have the Macro Foundation, especially in Hyderabad and Telangana. We have the pharma company. They have seen that so much drug use is there, pharmaceutical drug use is there with regard to anxiety, depression, and just to calm down this ideation as such, so they have come up with a suicide prevention helpline number. So we generally give that to that individual. Okay, not even if the person is saying right now I'm not having any suicidal ideation, but we still give it to that person. So if ever there should be a thought, because if a person has gone to that extent, BP, hypertension, right? Hypertension, all of us know hypertension, like blood pressure. What is the normal level? 80. What? Okay. What is 180? Is 180 normal? So systolic I'm talking. So 180 systolic, 200 systolic is actually not normal. And if a person is there, that means that the fluctuation within has got to a state where he needs some therapy and even probably medication to calm down. Right? Similarly, if he is already having suicidal ideation and thoughts, don't be like, it'll go away. Then what will happen? This person can get a stroke. It's not going to go away. The levels are fluctuating so much that there has to be some kind of same thing even with suicidal ideation. You can't just say, you're saying this so many times, and don't take it very easy. Don't take over and sit, talk to the person. And when you speak to that individual and when the person feels heard, it's like that big mountain as such for then is taken away. So many times we hear of stories, right? You have spoken to me and now I'm feeling better. Or so and so person I trusted, I went, I spoke to, and I'm feeling better. I really wanted to attempt, but there's nothing like that which is happening. But if it has, extremely clinical level, that means there are thoughts, especially in depression, you will see that the person is, looking at little things to harm themselves, is trying to jump off. To that person, probably a psychologist, a psychiatrist will have to work on. And then after they're at a level where, they're not at 200 and so on and so forth, right? Just to gauge it and tell that they're at a level where they're close to maybe 160, 150, and then you'll be able to sit, and that means that radio, the wavelength as such, they're not in that static. There is some kind of a tune, there is some kind, they will be able to receive. So I'll just probably come to you. We have at the university, we have the University Counseling Center, and it is known as Sahayam. Sahayam simply means in Telugu help, right? And when you say help, it is not just for the counselors, right? So there is a Sahayam skills training which every teacher is supposed to go through. And that generally happens, a kind of discussion also happens with students when an orientation program happens. The induction orientation, right? When a new batch comes in, at that time, Sahayam is introduced to these individuals, and Sahayam skills like level 1, level 2 keep happening. Such training keeps happening to faculty as well. I'll just show you the last slide, probably here. This is how we basically note all the details. And this is, we mention if this is for stress related and what type of stress. If it's a trigger, a mental health concern, or if it is purely academic. I'm not able to study, it can sometimes start off like that and get to the next level, right? So it's, we generally note what is the level of meeting, what is the meeting or level of activity description of the person, right? Whether he's functional, not functional, are there any symptoms, right? And then what are the key discussion points? What are the items, action items? Is there a follow-up plan we have for this individual? And are there any notes or attachments that we have? I will definitely share this with you. And please have this particular log even at a personal level. You don't write all the details, relationship, such and such, positive, this, that. No. What are those little quotes that you can have? Keep in mind so that you will, as mentor follow up. Before I close, getting back to that story about the mentor, actually, I believe mentor didn't do a good job. Like not 100% job, I would say good job as in, because probably mentor, even in the mythology, that part, when Telemachus was supposed to be directed the way he was supposed to be, like a mentor really being a mentor to Telemachus, right? There was some other person who had to work alongside mentor and then work on Telemachus. So not everything can we do on our own and by ourselves. There is time we collaborate differently. I'm not saying just SSGs and NGOs, but individually also, like you mentioned, there are some individuals, some people, right? Like who would want to come, they're passionate about helping. And it's important for us to tap that potential there and then, try and rope it in, try and make a difference to whatever we are doing. Thank you for sharing. I've also learned a lot today, and thank you for being here. Thank you especially to Sir for inviting me here, and thank you, RIE.
Friends, just breaking, you can have discussion even during lunch, or we can come back also. We thought we'll have a photo, or like group photo. That's why I thought, because principal is coming, lunch break time. Shall we move to the stage, please, quickly? Formal thanks we'll provide once they come back, no problem.
Medik